It's the only person below White Holiday in the Comicsgate phone book. It's my favorite failed clone of Peter Sammetti. The YouTube WyzGyz. How you doing, Conrad? Welcome to the show.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to WyzGyzEntertainment. This is your host, Wyman. Looks like there's some good streams going on right now. And then there was me. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, by golly. So much to do, so little time. So, I don't think I'm ready to do pencil. I think I might ink. You know what? Shoot. I forgot to set up the other camera. I think I might ink. The Comicsgate cards. All right, so oh man, I'm so tempted. So tempted to get Chick-fil-A, but I should be saving my money. If I can save my money, then I can go, hey, where is my other stuff? Where is my other stuff? What is my other stuff? So those are the Sharpies. This is that, and that's this. Oh, you know what? It's probably over here. No. Okay. By golly, where did I put it? Oh, here it is. Do I have what? Oh, they're over here. Dip 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 good job. Oscars Ash Cam preview. Oh, that's awful nice of you. Sitting down at a railway station, got a ticket for the destination. Dun 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 dun. Oops. Remind me how I used to be. Homeward bound. I guess homeward bound. Bound with music's playing. Home where the music's playing. Home. Home. Silently falling. Boom, boom, da 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 da. Boom, boom, da 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 da. I need you tonight, 'cause I'm not sleeping. Dun, dun. There's something about you, girl, that makes me sweat. Dun, 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 dun. Give you a moment. Your moves are so wrong. I've got to let you know. I've got to let you know. No, 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 you're one of my kind. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, shoot. I know it's kind of spur of the moment, but I think this will work fine. Oh, wait, oh, wait. You know what? Well, I'm working on this, so things don't get too boring. Let me share. I've been listening to F Off Well Read. He's doing. He's got this book review of Peregrine, book in CG, that's fulfilling right now. So I'm listening to this. I guess around the halfway point, Piper comes on. She's the editor to listen in. I mean, to participate and I guess be interviewed, discussing the creation and the fulfillment, I guess, of this campaign.
I think she would do this, but obviously, in the beginning, you'd think her father always wanted her to do this, but he actually did it. He just wanted her to be able to control her powers. That's why he was always training her. And now, she finds that out and realizes that how stupid she was, and as like a way of like, number one, for being used by that guy that under his mind control, and then to like kind of redeem herself for her father. She kind of just wants in. She says for this one caper, they're trying to bring this guy in, but I guess we'll see where that goes. But yeah, that was pretty good. That's the way they have it. Like she's like the rookie, and she's learning, and she's taking her lumps, and they're being supportive and stuff. So.
It's also not explicitly said, but you get the feeling that like all of the first generation pretty much has died except for this Nighthound guy, because everyone else is actually rather young. He's only in his 40s, but her father was in his 50s or something. So, and there's the statues on that first page being erected beside them. So you get the sense that all the original generation probably died, and there was some sort of alien invasion that they won, but most of them died in, it seems. It's not explicitly said, but you get that sense.
Right, yeah, because I think the next oldest is like 32 or something like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, and then everybody else is in their 20s.
So it sounds like they also avoid a lot of potential pitfalls with any Mary Sue tropes in this character, because she is earning her way.
Yeah, because the problem is she's essentially a Superman, so she's really strong. So the way you get around her is she doesn't really know how to be a superhero, and she's very impulsive. And kind of the only way she solves it is like punching her way out.
Oh.
Yeah, yes. Her weakness isn't like in her powers; it's in her. It's in her abilities. Like she's a novice, basically. Like last time she did any sort of training, she was like a teenager, and she never did any battles. So yeah, she's a total noob.
Oh damn. Heroes
and how do they handle
Phoenix
characterization? She has the motivation of her father dying and taking up his mantle. But what kind of a person is Peregrine exactly?
She's kind of selfish, I would say. I think she's come to the realization that she was, and she's like a typical young 20-year-old.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, she's basically at a turning point where she realizes that she's been a little selfish in all her life.
Oh,
she kind of realizes it now.
They're streaming
at
too.
The same moment that her father has passed away, and then she learns the truth. That
so many good streamers going on right now.
And was getting
wait a minute, I'm at 0.
Dude, like this whole there's like this big perfect storm of a turning point in her life, and she's got a lot to figure out going forward.
So it sounds like they set up a lot. How do they handle pacing in the book? Did it feel sluggish at any point, or does the action still keep you engaged throughout most of it?
Well, there's a training arc, but that's like 2 pages.
Yeah,
3 pages maybe. So it's definitely not. It's only 48 pages, and they have to go through the first kind of conflict. So I definitely wouldn't call it sluggish. If anything, maybe rushed here and there, trying to fit it all into 48 pages, and you're being introduced to characters you know nothing about.
Like thankfully they did keep bringing up the fact that like she didn't want to be the hero, because there were certain points, like you said, where maybe it felt a little rushed, because it almost felt like it was because of that pacing, she was actually getting into it, which maybe she is. Maybe that's a hint, but I'm just saying, and they would bring it up again, like, that this is not the life that she really wanted.
She has motivation for this particular mission because this guy, like, mind controls her, so she wants to get back at him, and she essentially crippled like Hound, and she kind of blames herself for that. Though he wiped her memory, so she doesn't know exactly what she did, so she's got this kind of fear that she did something wrong, so she wants to make it right.
Even though he keeps saying she didn't.
So the art also seems
that
pretty
sounds
strong
good.
throughout. Are there any weaknesses you could point to?
I was trying to find my freaking.
Yeah, I would
I guess
generally,
I
yes,
just
it
have
is
to
strong. Only the
search for
faces, I
myself.
think, are one of the strongest points, although there's a couple I didn't like as much. Like here's like the worst face, and it's not bad. It's just not as good as some, like that face she's making there, where she's sitting next to him. That looks kind of weird, but I mean, it's supposed to also express she's drunk, so.
Yeah, she purposely went there to get drunk, so.
Yeah, that's, this one I just closed because I like what he says to her. He tells her to shut up, so that was fun.
Oops. Hold on.
Yeah.
This is more faces. Let me see what's the name. Oh.
But if you
So how do I use
notice, like
this?
I was mentioning earlier, like every panel that she's in, you know it's her.
Even when she's naked.
Yeah, she gets naked.
I would say the weakness is the same thing I pointed out in Graveyard Shift 2. It's the fight scenes, like every panel looks good, but the flow from panel to panel is a little janky.
Oh, you know
It's
what?
like sometimes people just look like they're posed. It's like, well, how did they get in that pose? It's not so bad like in one part of Graveyard Shift was like, I'm behind you. No, I'm behind you. It's not quite that bad, but it's, yeah, it's kind of like this. It's like if you feel kind of like you're missing a scene or two between the action. Essentially, what I'm saying is not quite as good as Aaron Alfiji, which is a very high bar to set. But
yeah, I will say this is probably better than Graveyard Shift 2, though.
yeah, it's better than that, but it's not quite as good as the best. It's a little stiff. It doesn't feel like something happens that doesn't make sense, but it feels like maybe you're missing a panel or two.
Right.
Oh yeah, it was like this, wasn't it?
And do they utilize the panel space well? I mean, there's a lot of large panels I notice throughout this book.
They're not extremely excited, but I think they're at least different. It's not just 4 panels per page or single shots constantly. When the action's big, it kind of goes into the single page or a single page with kind of 2 small panels on it. I didn't want to show every single page, so I don't have any of those. But the battle sequence does get some time to breathe. That's like 8 or 9 pages, maybe even more. But
yeah,
it could use a little bit of flow help, I would say.
So let's talk about then conflict and resolution. Is she essentially just sent on missions, or is there anything personal about the particular mission that she has set before her in this issue?
So the mission is getting this guy that tricked her, but he knows they're going to be looking for him. So the fight itself is against an alien technology. It's kind of like a gooey. He sacrifices one of his minions, and this is kind of this gooey thing that you can beat down, but never really dies unless you completely atomize it. So her job is just kind of delay it until they can blow it up.
So they can get the weapon that they need, yeah.
Is it an interesting setup for a comic book, or did it feel cliched?
I mean, the particular story, not cliched, but it is strongly superhero focused. So if you find superheroes boring in any way, you probably won't like this. There's nothing out of the box, I would say. Like even something like Shadow Sentry had the twist where the superheroes were actually like given powers by God and the evils were by the devil. This is pretty straight up superheroes. There's nothing surprising, I guess I would say. So if you're looking for something completely new and different, you're probably not going to find it here.
Right. But I think they basically for their hand in it, they promoted that as such, because like if you remember, one of the strong talking points of like Comicsgate back in the day was how like the mainstream was deconstructing the characters, making them more brooding and self-internalizing, and you know what I mean, and showing all their weaknesses and stuff. And this is like I think the title of the book is called Reconstruction with the R over the D, written over like handwritten over the font on the cover, and so that's basically what they wanted to go for, because they were big fans of superhero comics, so that's who they made this book for, you know. So
yeah, if you're talking about doing what you set out to do, I think they passed with flying colors. It definitely feels like a superhero book.
it does.
It is what it intends to be, at least.
And is it a satisfying superhero experience?
Absolutely.
I mean, I didn't hate it.
Okay.
I will say, Jack Stafford says that Kinetic crashed with the car. Yeah, individual panels look great. The artist did a great job with that. It's hard to find flaw with a panel in isolation.
And where do they leave off the story? She overcomes her obstacles, I presume, since it is
Yeah.
a superhero.
So I guess we won't say specifically what it is, but the villain knew they were going to do this, and that was all part of his plan all along.
So it feels like they don't tell a complete character arc in here. This is meant to set up an ongoing
Yeah,
series.
it's 48 pages. If they tried to tell more story in that 48 pages, it'd be more rushed than even it is here. So that would have been a mistake. The only solution to that would be more pages. But if it's your first book, it's hard to plan out more than 48 pages, I would say.
And how much conflict is set up for future issues? Is that done effectively?
I would say yes, but I guess because I know that they plan on making individual books for these different characters. So I don't know if this is like a setup of conflict for the team as a whole, or her specifically, or is it going to is the storyline going to branch off with one of the other characters in their books? That's the mystery behind it, I guess. But it does. It definitely leaves it so that you're like wondering, okay, where's this going from here? So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm curious to be how to set up interesting but possible challenge for her without just making her invincible. So, I mean, they have the benefit that she's a novice, so obviously she's going to fail from her ignorance in terms of battle. But, I mean, problem is she's pretty much invincible. She gets caught in the explosion and she's naked because all her clothes burned. But obviously it affected her almost not at all. So you know she's incredibly powerful for that in terms of taking damage. So the trick with her, of course, will be setting up villains that are interesting. I mean, I guess you can always do the Lex Luthor, where it's the outsmarting of Superman rather than trying to physically confront him head on. But
Piper says, I can answer that if you want. Yeah, we're actually looking forward to our discussion, and I think we've got a number of questions already set up for that, so we're definitely looking forward to having you on to discuss this in more detail. It sounds like it's a lot of world building that actually occurs here and establishing these characters for future ongoing stories.
Yeah, I guess I would say the story makes more sense than Red Rooster, as the Red Rooster was an interesting choice, but in a sense, Red Rooster I find it probably more intriguing than this because it was such a bizarre choice of this is the end of his story and now we're starting up again, whereas this is kind of a more logical place to start a story. So I'm like, okay, it's a superhero, but I guess I'm not quite engaged in what will happen next.
Okay.
I'm a little different on that one.
Yeah, the Dark say his opinion.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is definitely a world building, like in character development, at least between the villain, as far as the villain, her, and the Nighthound characters are concerned. But there's still a lot of fun. Like I enjoyed the fact that like we mentioned earlier that the fight scene was like 8 pages long. You know, it was like a good payoff. It wasn't like I felt like in like when because the last one I did with you guys was Graveyard Shift, so I'll bring that up again. In the Graveyard Shift one, the fight scenes were like 1 page, 2 pages. They were very short, and like this one like gave you some bang for your buck, enough character development to get you interested in the characters, and enough background information to kind of understand at least what you need to know at this point what happened in the past. So yeah, I would definitely keep going with this. At least the Peregrine book. Like I'll see what the other ones are about when they come out. So.
We have some newcomers to the chat. DWAG says bow, and bow back. We're happy to have you here joining us, DWAG. Vic is also in the chat. He says, Diane, the Liam heads disliked your vid.
No, everyone dislikes well read.
Yeah,
Not just that.
it's not just the Liam heads. It's everybody. It's universal. Determined Sheepy says, well, this comic looked interesting. I wonder if George is watching crappy science fiction. The answer to both those questions or statements is yes. So, and Wiggle says, we are reviewing the book now. I have the book and a green table. Well, both those things are very nice. We'd be interested to hear your opinions, so please drop them in the chat, Wiggle. Okay. So would we like to talk production value before doing final thoughts?
Sure. I mean, I guess Dark Gift can actually show you it. It's got a thick cardstock cover, square bound. The pages are rather thick. They're not quite as thick as Graveyard Shift 2, but probably as thick as Graveyard Shift 3.
Yeah. I'm actually happy with a lot of these. I guess I would consider this, these guys doing their book like the second wave of crowdfunding that came out after that first round of the big boys crowdfunded. Because you had a couple of small guys during that first wave that the books came out and they were like just crappily put together. But like this is probably up there for me with like the Lucent as far as the story, the art, and the production value. I actually enjoyed both books very much. They're probably two of my favorites out of the group of these newer books that I've been getting in. But yeah, it's good. Like you can open it up and you don't hear a crack. Like you're not cracking the binding. It's nice.
And overall, the product that you received, there seems to be a lot of extras. So.
Yeah.
This was the $60 tier or something.
I think so.
Maybe 60 with shipping. I think maybe.
Can't quite recall.
Yeah, I
don't.
Dark Gift said
it
this
was.
light Lucent. I would say the Lucent story is more interesting because obviously it's a mystery story, but the art is better than Michael Bondcraft. I mean, Bondcraft definitely was improving. Excuse me. He hasn't quite reached these levels yet.
I just meant in like the terms of like what was appealing to me. I wasn't comparing like the art styles or anything. I was just saying like I was surprisingly impressed with both books. Like you know what I mean? Like for a group of guys on this book and girl who never made a book before, and same thing with Michael, like some guy from Australia who I never heard of before he put the Lucent out, and what they showed and said was enough for me to at least go back it. But I wasn't expecting much, if that say anything. So I was like, these guys are newbies. It's their first time out. I'm sure there's going to be a whole shitload of stuff that's wrong with it. And no, I mean, very, very pleasantly surprised at the quality of the books overall from both those camps. So,
yeah, I think they're right up there with Graveyard Shift. They're very similar quality in terms of the book's production value.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they spared no expense in terms of that, at least.
So I take it from both of you, it's Woodback again. Right
Yes.
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
Woodback future titles?
Maybe. I'll have to see the campaign to see if the story's going somewhere interesting, but maybe.
Right. Yeah.
Moderate endorsements from both. Barry Bertson is very impatient for Piper. He says, I'm watching 2 streams, but I'm closing this one if no Piper soon. I think we're wrapping up, and we should have Piper fairly soon. Doc Blaylock agrees. He says, the art is fantastic. JDA says, why do you gatekeep me, Adventures of Piper? What are you afraid of? And she responds, this is not even my channel. Yeah, I mean, JDA seems to feel like he's gatekept from the entire internet. He wants to know why PewDiePie won't give him the link. So I don't know what to tell him.
I don't gatekeep you, John. You know
That's a good one.
Especially if he's saying, you would definitely let him on.
Yeah, I mean, bring your tambourine, and I'm sure Dark Gift would love to have you on. Would either of you like to share final thoughts before we bring in Piper?
I thought I already did.
Yeah, I think I gave basically what I was going to say. Yeah, that's basically what I said last was my final thoughts. Definitely would back Peregrine again, and depending on how they establish these other characters and what the campaigns look like, I'd maybe even be interested in backing the other stories too.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, both. That was very insightful and a great discussion. So with that, let's bring in Piper and let her have her say. Hi, Piper.
Woo. I didn't mind that I was like answering stuff in chat.
I know, that was great, actually. Yeah, I mean, it was nice to have some real-time commentary that we could answer things and have more questions in real time. So thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, I think some questions did come up during the review, like what you were establishing, I guess, for future titles with this one. Was a lot of that, I guess, intentional, and which direction were you thinking of taking things for other books in the series?
Yeah, so y'all are correct. Some of the characters are in the background because this is Peregrine's story. It's not their story. They're just in her story because they have to. You know what I mean? But the Peregrine books will be focused on Peregrine herself and her development, and her growing as a person and a hero, and this and that. And that is why the other characters do get their books. Some will be origin stories. Some will actually be taking place after Peregrine, after this book does.
Okay.
So just keep a lookout for that. But if you're only interested in Peregrine, you know, basically they help expand. There's so much world building that we're sitting on, and we're like, well, how do we get this to the readers without walls of text bubbles? So we're exploring different ways to do that.
So it sounds like it's a collaborative effort between a fairly large group of people.
Yeah.
Okay. So how many people altogether, and which part do you play in that collaboration?
So it is the Graded Crew and Scott McCullough and Doorkeepers. And then we've been hiring on. We're hoping to, you know, keep working with pretty much the same artists. Some are commissioned, and some are hopefully going to stay on at least the Peregrine series. I do think the other characters series in the Reconstruction verse might have different art teams and stuff.
So are you going to be doing another Peregrine first, or are you going to do one of these side stories next?
We're gonna do Peregrine. We're gonna do the second Peregrine book to really establish what's going on first, before we start trying to do the other characters' stories. And I can say that the second book, I believe, is supposed to be more pages. Like, now that we've done this one and we've learned everything that could possibly go wrong, But you know, we've kind of learned what to expect, how it kind of goes. I believe we're looking at the rest of the Paragon books being bigger. But this one, we really wanted to put something out there that was like enough information for you to understand where you are in the story, and then you know enough cool stuff in there to this is what to expect, like come back for more kind of thing, like.
So the question that's really burning in my mind is like, how did you guys reach that amazing funding number? Like, what were some of your biggest outlets where you were able to get like tons of backers and tons of support?
Oh, that super blew my mind, man. So a lot of it was Greater 0.5 as a channel has been around technically pre CG. But we were a podcast way back in the day, reviewing comic books, and then the comic books available for review were getting kind of shitty. So it turned into a podcast dunking on them and talking about what we would do if we were the writer on this one or that one.
Right.
And that changed to streams doing about the same thing. And then it was, then we started kind of reporting on the CG stuff, what other people were doing, to kind of turn the, reporting on the consumer movement and the reaction to it. And then we're reporting on, well, these people over here are like, fine, we're going to make our own comics. And we started, going from kind of reporting on it to having them on and interviewing them and helping them promote their projects. And so, we were doing that for a long time. And what that did was it not only built our network and, made friends and other creators because we were promoting them, but we also kind of got to learn, apparently not everything, that's for sure, but we got to learn a lot about, the process, the campaign process, this and that. And then, we were just chatting one day and we're like, well, why are we not? We're always talking about how we could do this and that better. Like, why are we not trying?
Right. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of CG was trying to accomplish early on. They wanted to fix the things that they saw were not working. And it sounds like you guys were CG before CG was kind of a thing. Like you were already doing CG-like stuff.
Yeah, I met them because of Gamergate, technically. So
okay.
So yeah, I was doing the Gamergate. That's a completely different thing from Comicsgate. So I think it's dumb when they get compared, but yeah.
I mean, have you ever been asked how would you compare the two? Do you think there are any similarities, or are they just totally two different things in your mind that you can't even put them up next to each other?
What they do have in common is the, insert blank media here for, Gamergate it was games, and Comicsgate it's, comic stuff, media and stuff, demonizing them for having legitimate criticism.
Right.
And calling them the exact same things, all hate women, all that good stuff. Got smeared the exact same way. Gamergate, what's weird is Gamergate went from a smaller, complaint to they're making freaking, TV shows about it and stuff. That was wild.
Mm-hmm. Do you see that for...
Give it time. It'll happen with Comicsgate.
Yeah, but Gamergate was a very specific complaint about a certain woman in a certain game. It was very specific.
Actually, it wasn't about her and her game. It was about people going, this game sucks. How is it getting raving reviews? Yeah. And then they found out how. Yeah. And then it became, we want transparency in, game media. We want to know who's paying you to do this review. So that
Comicsgate was always kind of all comics suck, don't make them suck, kind of from the start.
Yeah, whereas ours was actually about the comics. And it was like, well, how about you just not suck? Can you make something that I want to give you my money for? Whereas Gamergate, the only time that we were talking about the games themselves is when we find out how one would get a certain reviews. And if the game's devs were being completely disgusting to people. That's the only time the games themselves would get mentioned.
So what do you think Comicsgate is doing right or wrong compared to what Gamergate did?
What Comicsgate is doing right is something that some tried with Gamergate, but there just wasn't a big enough effort to it. What Comicsgate did was go, okay, you're not listening to us, and now you're calling us all these things. Clearly you're saying, you know, in some cases, literally, you do not want our money. Okay, fine, there's a big market. There's a big market of all these people that are with me that want to buy certain product. So we're just going to go over here and make said product that we want and sell it to each other, you know, however, like, we're basically, well, screw you guys, we're going to go have our own comics industry then. Like,
yeah, I've said that. I think the one thing that Comicsgate has above any of these, like the Fandom Menace, Gamergate, any of these consumer movements, is that we can feasibly and to a certain degree economically make these products and get them out in people's hands. Whereas to get a game that's on par with, like, I don't know, I'm not a big gamer. What's like one of the biggest selling games out there, you know,
you have to
as
play
far
any
as
AAA pretty much.
yeah, and to get the graphics to be on par, to get the gameplay to be on par, you know, the downloadable content and stuff like that. That costs a lot of money.
So now the problem, actually, the problem there was that it wasn't, well, we don't want to buy these games, we're going to go make our own games. It was, okay, so all of these game journalists are getting paid for these reviews. So we're going to go make our own games, like media. And a couple people try to make websites, you know, to legitimately review games. But there just wasn't enough, like, it was very meh. And everybody just kind of went to streamers. They started just going to streamers to form their own opinions about the game. So that's there was nothing to build. Like I said, a couple of them tried with some game media websites, but they kind of fell, most of them kind of fell to the wayside. And I know, like, most of the people I know now that love video games, we go and ask other peers that are playing X video game, you know, well, what do you think about it? You know, would I like this? Would I not? Let me see. Let me just see. Like, or ask my friends. Like, we were just like, you know, we don't need you guys. And a lot of them actually went under. Some of them are still, like, very Kotaku and shit. They're still barely hanging on by not writing much about video games.
Well, I think they got hit from both sides because the companies like Nintendo and Sony just directly tell the customers what we're doing. So it's like, why do you need the middleman at all at this point? So.
Yeah, they started, because of their behaviors, they actually started getting, a lot of them started getting blacklisted from events too. They stopped getting their early access and this and that because even game companies realized with streamers, though, just give streamers early access. And that seems to be working.
So maybe not to put you too much on the spot, what about, what are things that Comicsgate is doing wrong in light of what happened in Gamergate? Are there things that you're seeing where they're repeating mistakes or making new mistakes?
Oh, yeah. The infighting.
Okay.
A lot of the infighting stems from, in Gamergate, I never understood it. In Gamergate, what it was some people were able to use Gamergate hot topics and became basically little e-sleds. And then would come, like, the people jealous of that, or the people that are like, you're just using Gamergate, you know, all of that weird fighting. Whereas, you know, by the time it got to that point, I was like, I think we accomplished, like, I think Gamergate accomplished everything it's going to accomplish. So, like, why don't we just stop putting GG on everything?
Right.
But CommonScape's kind of doing the same, where, you know, for whatever reason, some shoot to the very top of e-celeb popularity among like CGers. Now some make sense, like the ones that are, they already have like 1 million fans because they worked in the mainstream first.
Right.
So there'd be some like that are understandable, but there'd still be people that are like envy and competition, and not healthy competition. Like, you don't have to treat other campaigns as competition if we all have the same like goal. Like, to me, it seems better to boost each other up than bitch about each other, I guess.
Like when you were doing your campaign, did it feel at all like a zero-sum game? Like somebody else getting backing was losing you backing, or did it feel like you getting somebody else some backing could also potentially boost your backing?
Yeah, no, that second one, what I've told people, and I still feel it's true, is other people, especially under the CG banner or just, you know, whatever, under indie creators funding Indiegogo and stuff, like, their success is a success for the model in general. Their success is a success for showing the mainstream that we don't need mainstream comics. We like other stuff. And being able to help somebody reach that success is even cooler. Like, I don't know, it's the same feeling I feel like you would get if you did something nice for somebody in general. Like, you know, helping and seeing them achieve their goals, and then setting my own goals and trying to achieve them, and hopefully achieving them.
Got some comments in the chat. Robert Shepard is a big fan, apparently, Piper. He wants to see you on screen. He says, save the show, Piper, get on screen.
Oh, no.
And then he's also wishing me death. So I guess he's right on that.
He's wishing you to rest in peace. It's not the same as death. You're already dead.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, there was somebody else in here a little earlier, apparently a big fan, Barry Bertson. Was really enthusiastic to have you on. So.
Yeah, I'm not on camera today because I'm repping 30.5, my little 30.5 avatar. And Tuesdays I usually look like crap. No.
No worries. We're just hanging out. I mean, so
well, now you just ask hard-hitting questions. So the update said there was a first batch of shipping. Has the second batch been sent out yet, or is that still in the works?
The second batch is getting put together. So I think it should be a bigger batch. But I did want to answer some questions for anybody from the first batch that had also had cover C, Preston's cover, as an add-on. We were so excited to finally be moving forward again with the fulfilling that they forgot to cross-reference so that they could pack C in with the rest of your order. So people in the first batch will get their cover Cs separately on us. We got to eat that because it's, our oops.
So that they will get their book. They'll just get a separate shipment of it.
Yeah, and anybody that ordered, well, let's see, I think some posters came with everything. So anybody that should have posters, those did go in the mail, but they went in the mail in 2 weeks. So they'll be showing up second. Okay. Or they should be showing up for people soon, I imagine, because they still went at the same time.
So shipping is ongoing. So if you don't have your book yet, that's not to be surprising.
Yeah, don't panic. Shipping is ongoing in batches because we need to rent trucks and this and that in order to do it. So
Do you have an idea when shipping will finish, or?
I'm not sure when it will finish. So I haven't gotten word if the batches are going to get bigger, but I do know that they should be going. Let's see. I'm actually looking right now. Oh no, apparently I have
Real-time updates right now.
I'm getting them right. Back up. Hold on.
But I can say while she's looking for that, I was one of the ones that it's weird because like the minute I opened it and didn't see cover C, I was like, that was the first thing I was like, they forgot to cross-reference. And then I saw your tweet before I even had a chance to say anything. And
no, it's because they hate you and they stiffed you a book. That's why.
They did. But this is going back to what she said. Like, you know, you get to when you're talking with people and you're friendly with them and stuff, you get to learn from them. And I even said I think my comments was I think it was when I was on your stream last week. I said I'm glad you guys did it first because I'm sure it's something I would have done and will probably still wind up doing. But at least I know to look out for it and try to be, you know, conscious of it and not like jump the gun like they did. So you learn from other people's mistakes. You know?
Oh, Dark Gift, your biggest fan, is in chat.
Yes, I know, but he's not allowed to call me Snake anymore. That would make him that would make him a hypocrite.
Why is that?
Because his whole biggest complaint with me is that I will be friendly with certain war campaigners when I converse with them, and that's why he thinks I'm a snake because I lack conviction. And yet he was on a stream with Pan and was quite pleasant with him. Granted, he was being somebody else. He was being his persona, his fake persona, but there was no pushback. There was no digs. There was no nothing. He sat on a stream with him, and because I allowed them to come on my neutral ground stream, I'm a snake. So he can't call me a snake anymore.
Apparently, Micah Curtis has received his Peregrine as well.
Are you talking? Yeah, I see that he's talking about the same book. Well, damn. Yeah, it's really cool to that was actually really cool to listen to the review because I was sitting there going, oh my gosh, okay, they got it. You know, the things that we were trying to do subtly or, you know, whatever. I'm like, okay, cool. They read it and had about the same takeaway that we were hoping for. Like, and that's a really, really cool feeling right now.
Would you like to review our review since you have history as a reviewer yourself?
You're the one who coined the term monotone for the review, so we thank you for that.
Yeah, so thank you. You granted us.
See, Well Read has like a really soft one too, right?
It's not always soft.
He has the NPR voice.
Right, but he's got this voice that like you feel like you're following. But if he goes too long without like a different pitch interrupted or something, I swear I'm like, and it's not mean. I'm just like, man, I'm just like he could be reading anything right now. It wouldn't matter. I just low off to sleep. And then Sunshine's got one of the more like completely disinterested monotones, which is great, especially if he's actually praising something because it sounds so sarcastic.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
See? I love it. And it was like the first episode I had tuned into just happened to be, it was more than it was like it's like 4 people and all of them were doing a monotone, like I think on purpose or something. And that was my takeaway for the longest time was that's Well Read's show. It's just no inflection in their voices at all.
Yeah, I've been told I'm HAL 9000 from 2001.
Oh shit!
And then
oh my God.
I get frequent requests to read poetry at the end of every show. I forget which poem it is, something about the moon, but it's like this really dark poem where there's a criminal coming in to kill a baby. It's just every stream for some reason I'm always asked to read that poem.
Wait a minute, Velnet says disagree, fake news. So
Monotone Mafia. I like that.
Yeah, that's the name of our chat.
Oh, that's awesome.
I think didn't we do a slight reading of the last scene where the one character asks him to read the poem or sing the song? He sang the song.
Yeah, I sang that all wrong, but yeah, I was asked to sing Daisy, If You Love Me, something like that.
oh, there's Twitless. We have him on to change the sound of the show.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, I do have a cold, Twitless, so I'm sorry that my voice is even worse than usual tonight. But so you often hear like reviews of your work when it comes out. Do you have any criticisms for the final product? Like, what did you think of the book when you actually had it in your hand and you read it after putting all that effort and work into it? Did you have any areas where you felt like you would have liked it to have been different or better, or anything you'd like to say about it?
I would have liked us to have more pages to work with, because yeah, I'm acting editor on there, which is great, but I am co-creator, so like, so I had something to say for every step of the way. But
So you approve the naked scene, is what you're saying?
yeah. And even, I got to say on, art stuff and tweaking art stuff. Peregrine is the character that was cobbled together by all of us. Well, that'd be the Graded and Scott. So every bit of her personality has a little bit of input from all of us. Her outfit design was a little bit from all of us. I was the blue window, though.
I think you did a poll on which one you liked the best, right?
We did a poll on her color scheme because we knew what colors we would like to use, except the guys also threw in like the shade of brown that I didn't like. But so we did a poll on Twitter about, all right, well, what color scheme do y'all like then? And we went with the one that won. Plus, there's plenty of comments, from other artists and just fans and stuff that were suggesting some similar stuff. So we're like, okay, well, we'll go with
Wait a
the
minute.
one.
You did a poll just so you could prove that brown is ugly, didn't you?
Yeah, I told them that nobody was going to vote for that. We were the ones with the too much yellow. But they did have one that was a lot of pink, and I was like, I don't think too much pink is going to work either. So the one that won that was the one that had like, some plenty of white to break things up. And at that point, none of them offered her boots being white. But that was the suggestion we were getting a lot in the comments. And I was like, you know what, they're right. I like this idea. Let's go with this color scheme, but change her boots to what they're saying down there. Because if they don't want to look at it, then they're not going to want it. Like, but also, at the end of the day, I liked how it was. Which the things that drive me, I do wish there was more pages though, because the parts that have like a lot of exposition and or a lot of talking, those are after they were cut down, like cut down and cut down and cut down. And eventually you're sitting here going, well, how do we get the important key bits in as few bubbles or panels as possible? And that's what we had to do. Much to Xavier's dismay, because he's done a lot of the world building. So he's like, but I have so much information that, that we're cutting out. And I'm like, well, we got to find a different way to get it in front of people. You can't have like too much talking.
What would you have liked to have seen on those additional pages that you had to cut out?
I honestly really would have liked her training sequence. Her training seems to be a little bit longer, and to be able to dip into her training with the rest of the team, instead of just we're going back to her and she's wrapping up training with the team kind of thing. And I think that those action scenes would have actually left room for more dialogue that would have explained more things. But I'm really happy mostly with how the flashbacks turned out, because I didn't want pages of flashbacks. So what we were able to do is get panels, single panels instead. Right? So I'm happy with that. But you know, after working on it, you getting all the printed stuff, I know, like, my eyes are going to be drawn to exactly like what's off to me, that nobody else is going to notice. It's just like, it's just going to be me, because my eyes go straight to, what is that?
Could I maybe suggest a villain for the next book? I have a little video here. I can show it quickly.
Oh no, this is going to be a bad joke.
Oh, jeez.
It's not going to be in poor taste, but maybe you like it. So I'd like to suggest Alec Baldwin as a future villain. Here's him in an action sequence giving an interview. So quite menacing.
Wow, that was good Photoshop. I appreciate that. Good job, Jay.
Yeah, I was going to say, that video did really weird shit. Wow.
Hey, welcome, Gargoyle. How's it going?
I saw it not too long ago and I was done.
If you want to hop on, let me know. Or I mean, just click on the link.
Just modeled them after them.
I'm listening to
I saw
F Off Well Read
We start taking bets to see
and a panel discussing Peregrine.
maybe two.
And
We need him. He does good acting. once in a
Piper
while.
is on the panel now.
TBS
So
aside,
listening to
it can be fairly entertaining, but yeah, but that's gotta be
her
worth it.
kind of shed some light on
Well, like even
you know,
Dick Cheney,
the
didn't
creation
kill
of
the
it
guy,
and
but
all
he
that.
really like fucked him up for a while. So, I mean, it can't be pleasant shooting and killing someone.
Dude,
Yeah.
I remember it fucked up the one dude who shot Brandon Lee. So yeah, it fucked him up so bad. He like
Hey, 24 Eyes, how's it going?
And he couldn't. He like dove heavy into drugs and wound up.
Hello,
like,
hello.
being, or, like, had a
As
heart
I was
attack
telling
because of, like, years of drug use, and his heart just
El Gargoyle,
gave out or
you know, if
whatever.
you guys want to
Yeah,
click on the
it's
link,
just
feel free.
bad.
Man, there's a lot of people streaming today. God
Vic is
golly.
asking, is there sex in this?
There is a naked
And
woman,
Jack show's
but no
on now.
sex.
Are you going to touch on mature content in the future, or do you think you'll keep things pretty much at the same level as this book?
No,
What
wait a
And
minute.
I'm
There was
working
also
on
possible
inking
sex
sketch cards.
about to be attempted, but then it was interrupted.
Yeah.
I'm working on
we're
inking sketch
trying
cards.
to keep it around this level. Might be.
Pause that momentarily so I'm not talking over other voices. Yeah, so I'm doing inking of existing sketch cards. This is actually going faster than I anticipated, because once I'm done with this, then I have to go back to pencils on the last set of 9. So I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. Well, I've got a challenge ahead of me. That's all I'll say. What I hope to accomplish is, well, you know, you're always shooting for the stars, right? And it's one of those things where I'm trying to get, oh my gosh, hey Don, how's it going? If anyone's interested, click on the link and hop on the panel. I'm listening to F Off Well Read, who's, this is a replay of a stream we did where a small panel basically reviewed Peregrine, which is fulfilling right now. And then while I listen to them as background noise, since I don't have a panel right now, I am also inking sketch cards for my Boomerang Box project. It turns out I just got wind that the Boomerang Box is in transit to me. in California. So that means my time is running out. Thankfully, I have a few things ready, but I really want to get these cards done. So I'm almost done with the second set of 9. So that'll be 18 out of 27 completed, at least on the fronts. If I have my way, and if I, put my nose to the grindstone and get this done, I'll have a total of 27 cards. So 9 per page, 3 pages, 27 cards. And then if I have my way even further, I'm going to take each set of 9 and then do an image on the back side of these cards as well, so that it is got an extra bonus puzzle feature as well. All right, so I'm going to resume listening to this unless anyone joins the panel, and then continue inking, which I have set on my overhead cam, as you can all see.
Suggestion, but we're trying to keep it where it's like maybe PG-13 at least, or something. A wider audience that would have liked, older superhero stuff. But it is a more modern setting, so we're allowed to, stuff's more passable.
Let me show you what I got so far. These are the ones I've done today. These are inks of the pencils I did last night. Actually, inks of all the comic strip ones. So I've got, I don't know her name, unfortunately, but it's the lead character in The Lucent. And I don't know if you can tell, but in the background and surrounding her are, it's like she stepped into a portal and she's surrounded by ginger roots. So that's what you got in the background. This one, I really should have zoomed out when I drew it and added more detail. This is one of the robots from Mavericks. I can always go back and do another round. And then this one is, okay, let me get her name again. All right, Amanda Lynn from Grave Robbers. You'll note that all these cards, I still have to erase the pencils, but I want to give the cards a chance for the inks to dry, just to be doubly sure so I don't have any smearing. They already do dry pretty fast, but I want to be extra sure. The next one I'm doing is Rebel from Sea Dog and Codename Killswitch. And then I got some more pencils. I've got Blue Phoenix from Joe Archer. Was that ink? Oh, this is just pencils and dirt. Got Goblin Girl from Dan Plagle. That Tug, that umbrella guy. I've got Red Key, story by Mike Murphy and art by Stefani Renee. And then Vinny Tartamella's something of the Kraken. Shadow of the Kraken. All right. So it's the longest of the giant squid's tentacles wrapped around the leading lady. And down below, it's hard to tell. I've got to add a lot more detail, I suppose. But it's supposed to be a parrot. Her parrot trying to attack the tentacle to release its grip again around her. So those are the pencils. Ginger root hands. Your artwork is improving all the time, Wise. Good job. Thank you, Don. I appreciate it. As we all know, and as I keep reminding everyone, I'm so freaking rusty. I haven't drawn in years until Fragtober 2021. And I figured, oh, what the hell? Let me get a sketch pad and some supplies and let me see what I can whip out. The curious thing, the neat thing about those kinds of challenges in Inktober and whatnot is when you give yourself a deadline, like an hour or less, it kind of forces you to think of the basics, just the core basics. What would it take to render this particular character? And what kind of pose should I use? What kind of dynamic pose should I use? And what do I hope to accomplish? So I'm going to go back to listening to this as background noise because I find it interesting seeing what creators and reviewers think about projects and all that good stuff. I don't know if you heard, Don, but I'm participating in John Dillard's Boomerang Box. I don't remember if you're in it or maybe you're after me, but one of the things I'm adding to the Boomerang Box is trading cards, 3 pages of sketch cards, hand-drawn and inked. And you know how you could fit 9 cards on... You can fit 9 cards on a page. I must look pretty funny without glasses. Funny thing is, because of the way my vision is, it's easier to take off my glasses and draw. I mainly need the glasses for distance vision right now. Anywho, so every page will hold 9 cards, right? Like if you're displaying trading cards in a binder. So I figure, all right, I want to do 3 pages. That's 27 cards, 9 per page. I'll do 9. You know what? Here we go. I'll show you the completed inked and pencil erased Phantom Menace ones. 9 Phantom Menace, 9 Comicscape, and then the final 9 was going to be I picked a creator in Comicscape. I guess everything is Comicscape centric right now because I'm presently heavy into creating that kind of content and watching and consuming that kind of content. So this time around, at least, I'm going to go heavy CG with the trading cards. And I'm thinking I might actually make it an ongoing thing where I keep adding to the sets. You know, kind of like 6 AM Comics does. So I've got the final set of 9 is going to be a Comicscape creator, like a portrait of them, alongside a character they are most known for. So, for example, Dillard, a portrait of Dillard, and he'd be with a buckler, for example. EVS would have Cyberfrog. I don't know if I'm going to do a seesaw and a seesaw. I think I should say that as just a character card where I just have the Cecil. So here are the Phantom Menace ones that are done. Whoa, come on, camera. All right, so Panthro from Thundercats. Did I miss any messages? Oh, sweet. I think I'm in the boomerang mix. Nice. It's going to be fun to see what you add to it. Chitara, Thundercats. Cyberman, Doctor Who. And yeah, I'm doing simple line work because I don't consider myself that good in terms of shading in ink. I'm always afraid that I'm going to like overdo it, and have giant splotches of black all over the place. So R2 from Star Wars, Luke Skywalker from Star Wars, specifically Return of the Jedi. And this is my biggest disappointment because I don't know how to get her likeness yet. This is supposed to be Samantha Carter of Stargate SG-1. Optimus Prime. Is it focusing? All right. Optimus Prime, Transformers. RC from Transformers. Soundwave from Transformers. So the idea is that have 9 of them all laid out, right? And then you turn the page to the backside, and then all 9 of them sitting all pretty in the pockets. All 9 of them, when you look at the backside, forms a puzzle. I heard about this idea from another creator, I think, that I interviewed on my show. And if I have the time, if I think I have the time, I'm going to put like a giant image on the backside. I don't know what. But if I did, maybe it would be fun to color it. Either I've got colored pencils and I have watercolor brush pens. You know what? Let's take a break from that audio, and I'll resume that later. Let's listen to the latest segment. Well, let's see. All right, so the boomerang box is supposedly en route now. So it's on its way to me in California. It's coming from Canada, and the sender tells me that he's expecting it to take 1 or 2 weeks. I don't know how, but John Dillard keeps claiming it's going to take 4 days. I'm not so sure. Line work looks good, bro. Thank you so much for all your support. You're freaking awesome. Let me switch over. I don't know if you're still on, but I have, you know what? Hold on. Is this in the same browser? Oh, yeah, it is. All right. Hold on. I see the Jack show's also on, but let me pause them in my other tab. Oh, they got EVS. Oh, and they got Chrissy Mayer. Oh, man. All right. Pause. Shoot. I hope they don't. I hope it's not one that gets removed. That would suck. I want to be able to watch it later on replay. All right. So Cross Comics came before me in terms of the list. So he's in. He did this. This first stream is a combination of his regular show and the unboxing of the boomerang box. So I figured it would be cool to listen in on that. and see what kinds of stuff is in there thus far. Would you believe that we've only gone through like 5 creators or something like that so far? And man, there's like 13 or 15 on the list. So I'm guessing it's easily going to be take until like mid next year before it returns back to Dillard. Anyway, all right. So, and he's in California. By then, I'll be in Ohio again. All right. So let's listen in on this while I ink, and let's get a refresher on what I sub to his channel, which is part of the whole reason for doing the boomerang box, to get everyone to sub to each other and share content. I don't know if he does the unboxing in the beginning or it looks like he does it afterwards. I could be wrong. Or maybe he does it throughout? Huh. All right, let's listen to this. These eyes cry every night for you. These tears Wait, there are 46 views, but no one's liked or disliked it yet? That's so weird. All right, so Chupacabra Tutorials is streaming. All right, so let's play this. Whoa, shit.
Okay, now we need to share this thing out there, make sure people know that we are here. Not here, not there, but here. Yes, we are here. We got lots of things happening tonight. Yeah. We got a drawing, and then we got something, maybe a little special going on. I've given a clue to those that are wise, but maybe you didn't see. Let's see. We need to put some people in here. You know, like, let's hold off on that one. Let's come back to grab the link, put it in their discords. There we go. This is the Discord. Okay, so we needed Parler. We need to Parler. We don't want people minding their own business. We want people minding the business here. So come on by. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. We got everybody elsewhere. Let's see. We need Alred. We need Poe. I don't know what Adam Post is. Hey, Timothy. Yay, we're hanging with Rick. We need a marsupial. Metal. We need a John Dillard. We'll do it. Hero Shack. We'll do Jason. I forget who all. Oh, just Pixel. We don't need to add you, Timothy. You're here. So, anybody you think of we can add? We'll do an app mallet. Oh yeah, let's do it at Lorenzo. Lorenzo, the sleeve stack. The sleeve stack who's got no smack. Okay, and we'll tweet that all out. Okay, so we've tweeted. Tweet. Twitter. There's only one candy with the guy in the middle. Yeah, that's Euroshock. I did him. Oh, your sketchbook. Yeah, I should have done sketchbook. Well, hopefully, we're going into our on-air channel, and anybody can, of course, get on there with me. It's simple. Okay, so let's get over here. You guys don't want to see this thing. In fact,
Hey, what about?
that
How's it
can give you a
going?
clue.
I'm doing some more inking of sketch cards.
I'm changing it, Bob. Jeez, I was having it up while I was doing
The
stuff.
audio playing in the background
Staring blank at a blank piece of paper. Curious Comics. I've got everybody
is
that I could. Unfortunately,
Cross
at the moment,
Comics After Dark. So
fit into
he's doing,
one
I
tweet for us.
guess he's doing
Hey,
a
Rebellious, how are
drawing
you?
show in combination with.
Good.
It looks like he's doing a drawing show on his regular show, combined with the PO box opening of the Boomerang box, so we can see all the goodies inside the Boomerang box thus far.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and in the meantime, I'm inking my Boomerang box sketch cards that I'm trying to get done. Let's see. Is he starting to draw yet? Let's try and speed some of this up.
More people in here. We need maybe night to okay. I think it was Jean Claude. Hey Sketch, how are you?
Restream.
I'm
box.
okay.
Well, that's good.
What you working on?
I'm doing my character Capricorn tonight, and then we're gonna have once we get quite a few people in here, we've got a special surprise. There is actually a hint on the thumbnail for this one. If people spotted it, it was on there for a bit, but well, wasn't on there at first. Then I altered the thumbnail so it would be on there because I meant to put that hint on there for the little thing that's going to be happening.
That's what the beep was.
Hopefully when we get
My overhead
10 people
camera
in here. I don't know how many people are watching.
turned off.
We have, it says, I think, 4 concurrent viewers at the moment. So, yeah, that was a pretty good talk. I actually think it's one of my better ones.
Yeah, I didn't jump on there because you guys were talking about all that stuff, and I was letting you handle that.
Well, guess what? You wouldn't have been able to. I didn't do it through Discord.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were on Google Meets or something like that, right?
Yeah. Not that I would have cared, in some ways, I just figured, it seemed to do good by myself, There, I was asking, I think, some pretty good questions. I think that it helped that, we've got to get to know Chris quite a bit over the last few months since his last interview and all that. I knew, some of the answers to the questions I was asking, sort of. So. Timothy thinks, I think he likes the fact that they combined his name with the Kumite from Bloodsport. The Timote. So everybody, get out there, share this out, keep people in, let them know I'm back on, because get a nice little surprise. I'll probably do. I'd like 10 people, but it gets too far in.
Is somebody else in?
Hello.
What's that
hello.
beat? Oh, is that for the stream?
Tim. Hey, Timothy.
How's it going?
What's up, Timothy?
Hey, thanks for the interesting book review.
Well, that his voice is coming in
thank
loud.
you.
It wasn't a review. It was just my opinion.
Yeah, well, I can't.
Out of a lot of the female characters I read in the last few books, and my kid and I were laughing because I have like a stack of crowdfunded books right now that I can't hold in one home. Like that's how many books I have from crowdfunding already. And I told my son, well, I want them to make me some money. I'm going to do some reviews on the channel, right? And I told him, but this is not all of them, Michael, because I didn't buy a physical Melvin. And I have that and others on digital. And I finally got to reading it. And it's a fairly short book, but it's good. I like the action and stuff like that. I just, like, there are some, like I said, some faux pas. Some, like, how can I say this? You need to show and not tell. I actually do like the narrating at the beginning, but I wouldn't, like, I don't know, the kind of character, like, this is just a personal, like, you don't have to do this. The way I would have done is I would have had him narrating it himself. You know, Melvin. Like, I did like the character, and I kind of liked and didn't like at the same time how you split the time up between both of the characters, because I wanted more Melvin, but then I was like, yeah, she's actually pretty cool. I would actually say that the writing was a bit stronger than the art, bro. Good job.
Yes. Well, it was my first book, and I just wanted to get my feet wet, because if I just overthink it, I'll never do it. So I just did it. Melvin 2, I want to be more planned out, even though the process is slow as hell. But that's my own issue. I'm very impatient sometimes.
I get that. I'm an artist and I'm very impatient.
Yeah.
My writing, it's not that I'm impatient or not impatient with it. It's just
shoot, I forgot her jacket.
like when I write, even when I used to do essays back in school and stuff like that, I would like really like get
Holy
into
crap.
it. So I'd lose myself.
Damn it.
It didn't matter if I was impatient or not.
I had to keep busy, so I'm working on Melvin. Melvin 3 is being worked on at the same time. I've been doing it, waiting for more pages. I only have really 15 pages, and I'm still waiting. I think I'm waiting for 3 scans, and I think 4 more pages need to be done.
For Melvin 2?
Yeah, and it just it's like, oh man, it's killing me.
I've got a little bit more of ink done on Melvin 3.
Page
2. No, page 3.
And I should be getting, I think Sid should be working on Melvin, he's working on Melvin 3, but he's working on page 6. Starting tomorrow.
Rebellious is back.
What's up, Rebellious?
She says she's tired and says hello to Sketchbook. Yes, no hello to Timothy.
Oh, she said hello to me a few times.
I'm just teasing.
I mean, oh, shoot, sorry, Rebellious. I guess I didn't, oh, jeez.
Junk is dead. The junk you're going to try to make is dead?
No, history doesn't like to be referred to as she.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it's so ingrained into my head that, just like, sorry.
Everybody says, oh, Timothy's not there.
Yes, the Timothy is.
Timothy, that's right. So yeah, I'm gonna try to bug Chris about that idea later on. I think that would be kind of a cool crossover.
I think Melvin and the Buckler duking it out would be a doggone good crossover.
That might be, but that'd depend on John.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but I mean, like, it is the certain type of character that would fit with it.
Well, the good thing, the thing that really I think brings Melvin to Clusterfudge is Clusterfudge does have a bit of space work to it. So I think that's where it would bring things in because Melvin's not supposed to be in our galaxy, right? Yep.
Not in our time. He's in a time where Earth no longer exists. It's that whole, after Armageddon, whatnot.
He's in a
I thought that there was. Yeah. So if there's like a new heaven and a new Earth, and it's the end of time, that would tell me that Earth in the galaxy would no longer exist. Earth would no longer exist. It'd be like it was wiped from memory.
It's late from memory, but
Well, it doesn't say it isn't. I mean, because it doesn't mention what would Earth be to the universe if it was no longer there.
well, the people like you and me that are the people that are saved and keeping of Christ would still be around. Still remember it. Probably be a faint memory. After like a couple million years.
I'm just saying that it's the end of time. That means what about the rest of the universe?
Well, you
Does
guys
it mention the Bible? I does not mention the rest of the universe. It just mentions the fate of Earth.
Well, the heavens is probably saying the new heavens. That's just not referring to God's throne. Likely, that's probably referring to the rest of the universe. I could be wrong, of course, but because he's going to make everything new, it says. Right?
Pertaining to Earth, yes.
Why just remake? I'd say why just remake Earth? you can't have a fallen universe, just new Earth in a fallen universe.
It's our natural home. In other words, this Earth will pass away and a new heaven and a new Earth will be made due to the fact that it's going to be back to the design that he originally intended for. That's basically.
But
do I think that we're going to be allowed to space travel? Yes. But that's not biblically sound. That's just my personal belief.
Yeah, but you know what? It's a great thing is in science fiction we have, or as fiction we can do all this sort of thing and it's all right. It's great to imagine. I'm not trying to poo-poo on your thing, I guess, your whole thing. I guess I'm just saying, as sketchbook sort of said, I don't believe it's biblically sound, but at the same time, lots of stuff out there isn't biblically sound, but that's all right.
It sounds kind of cool.
Yeah. Yep.
I just say the Bible doesn't say certain things. The Bible does not say, so that's why there's a little more leeway to kind of make a story like that.
So how is Melvin 2 coming along?
Waiting for 3 scans. I should be getting them any day now, I hope. And then there's like 4 pages left for them to be done. And then I'm waiting for a script to be written.
Based on the pages, I take it you mean?
Well, and by the way, I'm not going to lie. I do like Melvin, but I did find the princess a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, she is pretty interesting. They're both going to be equally as interesting in the second one.
backstory you gave her, I really liked. Like how she surprised him that. Well, can I even give it away? Because I don't know if everybody here's read the principal.
That's fine.
Well, I haven't read it fully. Well, I haven't read it. Oh yeah, I do have it. I gotta sit down and read it. It's only good. It's only gonna
Yes, tell me
take
what
like
kind of
10.
friend you are, Rick.
I know it's only gonna take like 10, 15 minutes to read it. You know, 20 minutes. But you know. Well, anyways, Revise asked you, Timothy, you think you'll ever be a YouTuber on your own channel?
I don't think I have the charisma for that. I don't know. I just don't have the charisma to be in front of a camera talking about whatever.
Well, you're sort of doing it right now. It's just more a question.
It's because I have people to play off of. If it's just me staring at a camera, I don't know what to say.
Well, you don't need to do that. You could always make videos. That's what Rebellious does, and most people do that anyway.
Yeah, but then again, that's like the same problem. I'm staring at a camera talking to myself, and it just doesn't.
Well, you just gotta find something to talk about. You want to talk about. And like I said, you know, like I have people on. Maybe you don't make it a show where it's just you yourself. You're just in charge of the show. At that point, I guess it's trying to get guests on. That's always a hard thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm. I like being a guest on the show. I don't like having my own channel.
He doesn't want the responsibility of running a channel. But that's all right.
I'm having a hard enough time getting a second book done.
But anyways, there's your answer, Rebellious. Rebellious says, I couldn't record myself, so therefore animation is what I've got. Yeah, but you're recording your voice, Rebellious. You are recording something. And you're recording the animation you're doing, so again, another thing. You're recording. I guess it just depends on how you look at it.
Yeah, but I guess you could say she's very animated. I did it again. Dang it. Dang it.
It's Marsupio. Marsupio was doing it the last time on stream too. He kept correcting. Oh, sorry. They kept correcting. I did it. What did I get for talking?
Dang it. My English language is messed up now. I'm just going to say pastry. That's what I'll say. That way I can't get it wrong. You okay, Rick?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You're just checking. There's silence from you.
Yeah, you can't go wrong if you simply call somebody by their pronoun, their given name. It's hard to get their pronouns wrong then.
I don't have pronouns. I have amateur nouns.
All right, that was cute.
It's your day job.
I wish I could, but yeah, I can't.
Can't get what wrong?
These
If you use somebody's, name, in your case, Rebellious Patience, hey, Rebellious, say, if Rebellious, he or, that way I don't, say he or she, and I get pronouns wrong. I use the real name, a name that they've given me to use. Don't get pronouns wrong. Sorry, I was talking. Oh, that's no problem. We get people walking around all the time.
So what are you drawing today, Rick?
My character corner.
Capricorn.
Capricorn, yeah.
See, and who's Cap?
Capricorn. His name is Hugh Butts.
You buds.
No, Hugh. Hugh. H-U-G-U. Butts.
Oh, good.
No,
I'm sorry, Rick.
Let the jokes proceed.
That was intentional, though,
I'm sorry, Rick.
to get some laughs.
Anyways, he's 6'1", approximately 198 pounds. He's a thief. He has white hair, blue eyes. He's first in Canadian Shield 11. He's mobile.
He's on it.
He grew up in Vancouver, BC, Canada. Early on in his childhood, he was attracted to the mountainous mountains in British Columbia. In the mornings before school, he'd be found staring at them in the distance from the rooftop.
I like that more. I like that more with the jacket on.
Whenever vacation time came, he begged his parents to
I
take
think
him
that's
to the
better than
mountains.
just having
There he would
small
climb and search them for hours, giving him endless joy. Good evening. Are those people going? Yes, Dylan, this is a new stream. Actually, John, if you could come on, it'd be good because I'm going to be doing something here in a bit. Hopefully, maybe you can share it out, get a few more people. I've got a special thing to do with this stream, not just draw.
What if that was like? What if that thing your character, this character had to go through, where he would like sign up for something and they think somebody put a joke name on there? His name is Hugh Butts.
He says, "Okay, I'll come on for a second." Anyways, and let's do it. As he grew, however, he found it very difficult to make friends due to a very foul odor his body produced. Nothing could get rid of it or even overpower the smell. It seemed to be the more they tried, the worse the odor got. Even over time, his parents started to keep sufficient distance so they wouldn't have to smell the bad odor. This isolation from others grew to make him very bitter. By his early 20s, he learned to control the odor problem a little, but by this time, the bitterness had hardened his heart. Seeing as how he could not keep a job due to the odor, he decided to turn to a life of crime to make money. In doing this,
Really?
no one knew who he is, or so he could spend it. In doing this, I guess, so no one would know who he is, so he could spend his ill-gotten gains. He donned a costume and dubbed himself Capricorn for reasons he has yet to reveal. Capricorn has no combat training of any kind. The only thing he has going for him in battle is his unpleasant odor his body produces. The smell is if one is not prepared for it, can be stunning. He also seems immune to all forms of disease and has never gotten ill in his life at all. With having traveled in the mountains so much as a child, he can traverse any terrain easily. Hugh can also endure intense heat and cold.
Sounds like he's got all this written out.
I didn't really give him much of a costume. Might have to upgrade this. So his face is less recognizable.
That's probably a good idea.
Let me wrap some things up. Okay, says John. So there is some info on Mr. Butts.
Right.
So any more questions for Mr. Butts? Not that I know much, maybe I can make some.
So his name is Capricorn. His real name is Hugh Butts. And he produces a smell.
You know, I was trying to go like goats, you know, because of the Capricorn thing. You know. Try and bring something else
does
to
he-
the goat. And
Does he start?
you broke up there, Tim.
I said, does he have like goat-like features or something?
No, not really. You know, he's got a bit of a goatee here. I don't know. I made his hair try to look cornish.
Yeah, I can see. I still have YouTube open. I just muted it. Though.
Yeah.
These eyes.
So what do you guys? Well, I think I sort of asked. What do you guys think of
Hey,
the Talking With segment? that we did
Let's
earlier?
go ahead and pause this momentarily.
With Chris and Diana.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty
Oh,
cool.
wow, look at that. That drawing's coming together. Hey, anybody else? Hey, Tim. How's it going, Timothy? I'm listening to your guys' stream where you guys discussed drawing Capricorn, Hugh Butts, and eventually you'll get to the opening of the Boomerang box from John Dillard. Hey, Cross Comics, how's it going? Hey, Wise, gotta go, but good to see you, buddy. Bye, Cross. Bye, what about? Take it easy, Don. Thanks for popping in. Yes, I am listening to you. The stream Wise is listening to is mine. Yep, it is indeed. I wanted something to listen to in the background. If I don't, especially when I don't have any panelists. So, yeah. So, I also wanted to catch up on the very, very latest Boomerang box entry. I saw the others in one of my other streams. I think it was a Fragtober catch-up where I drew like 3 or 4 images. Each one 1 hour apiece. And I listened to basically the entire Boomerang box saga up until the most recent. But now yours is the very newest, so I'm now listening to it. And let's see here. So we're going back to you drawing here. And then yeah, that's coming together, man. And then I'm doing inking. I think I'm almost done. Actually, yeah, I'm almost done with Rebel. Like a rebel, yeah, she wants more, more, more. Like a rebel, yeah, she wants more, 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 more. So it sounds like coming up, I guess John's gonna join you guys on the screen. If I heard right. Yeah. Man, I like how this turned out. I'm glad that I went with the jacket instead of the bare arms and the tiny little top only. Helps to have reference, especially if you don't know the characters. Oh, hell no. No, no. This is actually, I'll show you. This is from a campaign in CG. Sea Dog and codename Killswitch. So there's Rebel. I haven't been drawing my original IP lately. I have to get back into it, but I'm trying to do stuff to contribute to the Boomerang box. And yeah, that's what I'm shooting for. I want to put up, since Fragtober's over now, I can put all my energies into Boomerang box. And if all goes well, I'll be able to, you know what, hold on. Doing a couple more touches to the Rebel drawing. La 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 da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. More, more, more. Okay. I think that might be good. Keep wanting to add more to it. I don't have that much time. You know. All right, so this is from Sea Dog and codename Killswitch from Mark Bolton. CG's moral compass, as they say. Yes, he will. Cool. All right. So let me switch back to your stream. Wait, no, that's the other one. His hair's coming out. Wait, is that it? Or is that a hat?
I thought it was.
Well, shoot.
They have such interesting ideas.
Yeah.
Seem that Chris seems to have everything really well organized. Diana takes care of the business side, and he just does the fun part. Yeah.
Yeah, I use a 0.05 micron on inking my Fragtobers, but I'm finding that I have to go to 0.02 on inking sketch cards.
What can we talk about that YouTube will allow us to talk about?
We can talk about pandemic stuff. I'm kidding.
Looks like Plantier.
It looks like a rejected Planeteer.
Oh,
Planeteer, is that like Captain Planet? Team member?
he could be. We know he's not.
He has the power of corn.
Rebellious is like talking about what's there to talk about you both? Not much interesting with me.
You hear about this person named Rebellious Pastry? There, we talked about
Vulgar,
it.
not interesting, Rick.
Heard it?
Uh-oh.
Rebellious Pastry.
Oh, him. Them, sorry. Doggone it, I did it again. I'm sorry, Rebellious. I was trying to make a joke on Rick, and that's it. I'm shutting my mic off.
He shuts his mic off in shame. Captain Planet, he's a
real big hero. She says,
Don't make Captain Planet mad. I'll turn you into a tree.
Sketchbook Rebellious says, "You are good, Sketchbook. It's an accidental book, so you are good."
History will spare your life today. Next time you screw up, you won't be so lucky. That's how I got myself there.
You're just doing that, hoping that when you mess up, that she'll offer the same forgiveness to you.
Probably. So what issue does this character appear in?
Canadian Shield 11.
11. Hi, John.
Hey, John.
Hey, what's going on? I can't stay for too long because I got kind of the kids in limbo right now.
Okay.
But I got about a half an hour. What's going on?
Okay, we'll start drawing off this time. We'll do a little bit more of that later.
Why?
He's
Also,
drawing
you were
a
saying,
character called Epicorn.
Capricorn.
Epicorn.
Capricorn.
Okay.
So I went down to my mailbox today, and I got this big package.
Okay, hold on. Let's switch over.
And it's coming
What
from
was in the
States.
package?
Well,
I don't know. He's not sharing anything.
Oh, yeah. You guys
You ordered boxes off the deep web, off the dark web again, Rick?
I'm gonna pause this momentarily. Let's see. Okay, what am I doing now? I am doing Vinnie Tartamella's lead female character in Shadow of the Kraken. Hey Hex, how's it going? Hey guys. Hey Hex, since you're here, can you like DM me some more reference material on? I was gonna sketch your Kada Jin, but I didn't see enough reference material on your volume 1 campaign. Is there you know, it just dawned on me, maybe you had more imagery on your chapter 1 campaign, but I'm needing more reference to your Kita Gen so that I can draw those, draw a sketch card of your character. Hey Hex, can't see what you're eating. Oh yeah, I know. It's because I'm so far. I move my hand around. So it's only about a foot distance away, but I need the freedom to move my hand in different gestures. Yeah, certainly. Thank you so much. Of course, if I look back at chapter 1's campaign, maybe you already have that reference. I was trying to differentiate between the different types of alien species who are invading and killing the humans. So to catch everyone up on, I'm working on the Comicsgate characters sketch cards. There's 9 of them. I got all the pencils done, and I'm working on the inks. So I'm doing them in like assembly line. So I finished the pencils last night. I'm gonna finish the inks tonight, and I'm gonna erase all my pencil work, the under pencil lines, after the inks. But I'm giving the inks extra time to dry. They probably don't need all this extra time, but I'm giving it. All right, so let's see. Let me put on my glasses so I can see how it's coming up on the stream. All right, so these are the inks for the lead female character in the Lucent, Michael Bancroft's project. I don't know if you could tell or recognize, but instead of being in it, well, she's sort of in a dream world here, or a portal, a dimension, a dreamscape. But those are ginger roots in the background. She's surrounded by ginger roots. Oh, thanks, Hex. Whoa, that's awesome. I'm pleased with how it turned out. This one I should have zoomed out. This is too close up, I think. This is a robot from Mavericks. The idea was this robot's like trudging again through the Rocky Mountainside. That's why one leg is raised up and the other is kind of like in the background, stretched out. And his forearm cannon on the left arm is smoking from having fired off. And man, I'm eventually going to memorize these names. This is Amanda Lynn from Grave Robbers. Well, so she's supposed to be winking. I think I got it to look that way. And I realized I was referencing an image that sort of made it look like her braids were in the front and her ears were behind the braids. But then when I looked at some of the other imagery, the braids were behind the ears. So, but by then I was like, heck, no, I'm not changing it. Maybe I should have, but I just left it in front. Figured I'd be different. And this is Rebel from Sea Dog and Codename Killswitch, from CG's Moral Compass, Mark Bolton. I like how she turned out. The originally all I had was her top, and Then I saw there was an image of her wearing a jacket, a short crop jacket, I guess you call it. So I figured use that instead. And here I'm doing the Vinny Tartamella. So this is his lead female character being squished by a long tentacle from a kraken, giant squid. Down below, I'm going to have to put a lot of work into, I think, this part of it because it's hard to tell, but this is supposed to be the backside of a parrot. Her parrot is supposed to be attacking these tentacles. Oh man, if only I were doing color, then I could make cuts and scrapes into the tentacles and show some blood so you can see something that's trying to attack it. But that's supposed to be her, well, her parrot. I guess it sort of looks like one, but you can't even see the head. I was using a reference photo of the back side of the parrot. The ones I still have to pencil include Red Key, which is Mike Murphy, story, Stefani Renee art. Tug, that umbrella guy. Hello, friend. Goblin Girl, Van art. Blue Phoenix from Joe Archie. So I'm working on the Vinny one. I got to also pull up a reference for that parrot again so I can figure out how the feathers work. Whoa, that's awesome. Are you going to color them after inking them? I don't think so. I think I'm going to stick with straight inks. I thought about them. I thought about doing that at one point, but I ultimately decided against it. I was even also playing with the idea of doing a little highlight of color. Like, so on the Phantom Menace cards that are done being inked, I've got Optimus Prime. So on that, I'm not sure what I would have highlighted. This one needed more work in the face area because I totally failed on the lightness category. This is Samantha Carter, Stargate SG-1. Oh, thanks for the nice Optimus comment. So if I were to add color, I might do her tan colored top. It's like a tank top, I think. Maybe it's olive. I'm not sure. Luke Skywalker, Return of the Jedi. Here, I was thinking of highlighting the saber green and maybe doing slight highlights on his face. R2-D2. So for him, I was thinking of doing some blue and red for the different panels and lights. Cyberman from Doctor Who. I think they're all silver, if I remember. I think they're all silver, so I don't know. Maybe it would just be a light dusting of silver here and there. Chitara Thundercats. And I would have either done her jumpsuit, which is like an orangey color if I remember. Holy crap. It just dawned on me. Hold on. Let me look at something. Let me switch over to here. Go to my reference material tab. Does her arm have spots on it? Oh, shit. Okay, all right. Okay, let me go to classic. Oops, that's a tiny image. I needed a. So she's got a wait, huh? Oh, all right. So she's got a bare arm on the right. The right arm is bare, but the left arm has like a shirt. Okay. Okay. All right. So I guess I'm safe. Thunder, 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 thunder cats. Thunder, 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 thunder cats. Wait, thunder. Oh wait, wait, hold on. Oh, she's got some spots on her back too, and behind her. All right, hold on. I'm gonna just add some spots. And then it's the shoulder on the right arm that's got spots. I love when cosplayers take on the challenge of Chitara. Oh wait, that's a painting or something. I give him kudos for even taking on the challenge. Oh, there's some here too. Okay, all right. And then maybe. All right. I think I'll leave it at that. All right. All right. So that's that. Nice R2, Chitara. Gauntlet on one arm and bracelets on the other. Yeah, I saw that later too. You know, sometimes you got to really study these characters. But the pose that I picked, this was also a reference. The pose that I picked, her whole right arm is hidden. So as you can see, I added more spots, and I added a couple on the shoulder. I think that looks better. And all you can see of the right arm is the right shoulder, and I think you can see a finger or two. So yeah. All right, so that's Chitara. Panthro. He was always one of my favorite Thundercats because of the nunchucks. And I loved his voice, man. His voice is so memorable. It reminds me of like Darth Vader, James Earl Jones. Soundwave from Transformers. RC from Transformers. So that's where we are. So the idea is I'm doing black and white because I don't think I'm going to have time to do much more than that. But what I'm hoping to do, if I can knock these out fast enough, nice Panthro and Soundwave. Thanks so much. What I'm hoping to do, what I'm hoping to make happen is, all right, so let's say we're doing fandom minutes. You got a page of 9, right? Maybe there's a way for me to fix Samantha Carter. I think part of the problem is I made her eyes and nose too huge. All right, so let's say you got your oh, nice RC, thanks. So let's say you have your fandom minutes page. So as you know, you get one of those protectors to hold your with the 9 pouches for your trading cards. And if you, oh shoot, oh no, I brought it with me. Woo. At first, I thought I forgot to bring my my binder full of the trading card sleeves. All right, so the trading card sleeves you put in your binder, they hold 9 cards, right? So you got all fandom minutes on one side, right? So what you do is you put them all in. Of course, the individual images are facing you, and then you turn the page, right? You make it just one-sided. So then now you've got, so they're presently blank, right? But when they're in the page, time permitting, the idea was to do a puzzle image. So do a big old large image here of something. I don't know if it's going to be a single character. I don't know if it's going to be a group shot. I don't know if it's going to be a combination of all the characters on the other side all in one image together, or if it's going to be someone totally different, if it's going to be one character or multiple characters. But it'll still be Phantom Menace related because they're all associated with Phantom Menace cards, right? So that's what I'm shooting for. And then similarly, I'll do it for Comicsgate, my Comicsgate trading cards. And also do it for the other Comicsgate trading cards 9 set, where I've got a portrait of a CG creator, and then they're on the same card alongside the IP they're most known for. So BVS and Cyberfrog, John Dillard and the Buckler, so on and so forth. Where there's distinctly a character and, a personality, a CG personality, and an IP that, they're passionate about. John Malin and one of his characters, maybe. Shane Davis. Definitely want to do Dan Frege because he's so inspirational. So I want to somehow honor him. Let me see here. Rick Piper and the Canadian Shield. I've got to look at some reference material. Let me add that to my list. My background list. Rick Piper and the Canadian Shield. Rick Piper and the Canadian Shield. Yeah, and I have other people here. I've got Chubb and Mary Boys, Unhinged Entertainment, Jason and Absolute, Chubb and Mary Boys, Aria Blackness and Tailless, Charlie's London and Charlie's London, Piper and Peregrine. Yeah. So this is going to be fun. Even after I do this project for the boomerang box, I want to keep going with it because I've just been having a blast, and I want to do something similar to what 6 a.m. Comics is doing with all his. He's got like a big old deck of cards. I think he's done over. Is it over 100 or 200 CG characters already? Each of them on a trading card or like on a playing card? Yeah, I think I have a deck of those cards at home. In fact, yeah, I know it was you. That's your project, the one you're known for. I heard about you, I think through Dillard, in fact. He did some work. You guys collaborated together, I believe, on one or two projects. Okay, so. Okay, so let's resume listening to the boomerang. Oh, actually, we should probably watch the boomerang box because I want to see what this sucker is full of now. Oops, I'm on the wrong screen. Oh wait, that's like a young Thunder Cub Chitara on DeviantArt. That's cute. Man, so many talented people out there. CHITARA? Oh. All right. So let me see. Thunder cuts. All right. So do I have it on the right screen now? All right. Cool. Sort of. Okay. If I remember, you're the guy who's got the website, and you're building your universe, and you've got something like at least 50 character designs already, and you're starting to make books for every one of them. I don't know if each of them is getting their own series or if you're introducing like a batch of them at a time in one main storyline, kind of revolving around Canadian Shield. But if I remember, you're quite prolific. 7 of them. Okay, right on. Yes, that's me. Sweet. All right, let's catch this video and see just what's in this boomerang box.
So, John, you're planning to back Cluster Fudge 2? I was curious.
Cluster fudge?
Absolutely not.
How did I miss cluster
Well,
fudge?
okay then.
I didn't join Comicsgate to pee foot around people and not name my thing what I want to name it.
Well, okay.
Okay, I'll be out and back into the Discord in a second.
What is he?
I have no idea. Something about a pet. Did you send him the boomerang box?
Jiminy Cricket was supposed to have sent him the boomerang box.
Oh. Okay, that's probably most likely what it is.
Hey, Mighty Geek.
Okay, well, let me go tweet that out then, because that's important. I don't know. Is Rick back or is he not?
Yeah, I'm here. For some reason, it doesn't want to show my
So
camera.
are you?
It doesn't want to show my camera on Discord.
Okay, so is this a box sent to you by Jiminy Cricket?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you're not gonna do a video. You're gonna do it right now while you're live.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
at least I'm gonna open it. I don't know exactly what I'm gonna put in it, so I'll probably do a video as well.
I just need to know so I make this video the official video.
Okay.
So yes or no?
Yeah.
This is exciting.
It is.
So yeah. Hopefully, everybody can
Let's see.
When I do mine, I want to do a live stream. I don't know how long it'll be.
Sure, told about surfing the dark web. And hi, Mighty Geek, how are you? So yeah,
I want to.
nice big box. Hey, fits all of my thing, but it doesn't fit all of my camera.
I want to do the opening and then
There
also
it is,
do
the box.
show everyone.
I can
what
tell
I'm
that's a
adding.
box. I've seen them before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess this is sort of the official thing on whatchamacallit. On my thumbnail, I did put a box on it with a boomerang on the box.
I didn't know what the hell
I'm glad
that
you're giving this
was.
such a spotlight.
Well, you took that picture down quick because he didn't want to, quote unquote, give it away.
No, it should still be up. Oh, what do you mean when I was starting?
Yeah.
Well, I just took it down because it's the thumbnail for this thing, so this video.
I'm tweeting it out. Give me a second.
Yeah. Yeah, I had it just before, I got it just before I went live with Diana and Hero Chat, Diana and Chris. And I figured I'd do it for this one.
How long have you guys been doing
All right,
this
well, I
boomerang
tweeted it
box?
out.
Too long.
How long has this boomerang box thing been going on? It's been like almost like what 4 or 5 months?
Oh, probably like 6 or 7, right?
That's right, Timothy. Why?
It was like, this is the longest thing I've ever seen somebody do.
Yeah, that's what
I'd be
she
interested to see
said.
how many things are. I'd like to see how many things are in this box after this whole thing's done.
Why is this box upside down and so close to the camera?
I have no.
It's not upside down.
You're upside down, John.
Well, it might be one way upside down, yeah. But that's just because I'm trying to get close to the right part to open it. It's because where my camera
Your
is.
face is upside down,
Thank you,
John.
Rebellious Pastry. I feel welcome. I feel like this is a safe space for myself now. Say what I feel and do what I want. Very close to being America.
Hey, George.
Okay, so here we go.
Ironically, it's in Canada.
How about some little commentary, Rick, about what you're doing?
Well, I was just opening the box, getting the cutting thing. Now I am.
You opening it with a spoon?
No, a pair of scissors. I am now taking out some green packaging that is keeping everything stable.
I believe it's called bubble wrap.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
And now we see the infamous box that is inside.
Dun, dun, dun.
So
Yeah, you have to do, because you're not, sharing with us. You have to.
well, if you click the watch stream, you should be able to see it now, John, in Discord.
Where the hell is Sketchbook? I thought Sketchbook was in here.
Hey, Booster. Hey, Frog.
I'm drawing, that's why.
Okay, so we're gonna stand up to get this box out of this box.
Yeah, Jeff Potts says that is an awesome box corner. We can see. Maybe when you take the box proper out of this outer box, you can get more of it on camera.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, we got Jason Robinson, Mr. Dillard, Mr. Malin, Muttman.
There's Malin stuff in there?
Yeah.
The Muttman?
Yeah. Unpost, Marsupial, Gamer.
Marsupial Gamer put absolutely nothing in that box.
Yeah, well, he's supposed to be sending me stickers to put in the box. So.
And have they arrived?
No. I'm not even sure whether
has put nothing in the box.
I'm not even sure whether he sent them yet or not.
He's just assuming that you're gonna have the box for a month and a half like he did.
Well, I should have the box. I'll have to get rid of it at the end of the month. I'll have to wait till money to send it on its way. Because
Timothy Olsen is in the chat, even though he's here on stream, and he's saying how this box is terrible and the sticker in the middle is ugly.
So we have.
This is a terrible guy to have on stream with you.
Okay, so we have what? Of course, we have John Dillard's sketch of the buckler. What size is this, John?
I don't know. You have it in your hand. What size is it?
Well, I don't know what size you drew. Oh.
Well, open your palm of your hand. Imagine that your wiener is there. Maybe you can get that measurement, add a couple inches.
Boo, boo, boo. Well, people can see an approximate size, I guess. Of course, we
you got to put it on your hand from the tip of your middle finger to the base of your palm is round about 7 inches on most people.
Yeah, I don't think that's 7 inches for me.
Yeah, that's
so
about 7
it's
inches.
about an 8 by 5, 8 by 6.
So we got Metal's book is novel.
Who's Metal?
Cool. You know who he is.
And we got a comic of his.
Look, Tim, Rick, you're talking about all the creators that have put stuff in here. Please don't use their slang names. Use their names of their channels.
Okay, the Vomitorium.
Yes, I'm of the Metal on Twitter. He goes by the Metal, and he runs the show The Vomitorium.
Yeah.
Cool.
Booster Kiwi is claiming that 7 inches is way too big. I've heard that.
And of course we have.
That's what she said.
Oh, from Jason Robinson, the Jiminy Cricket channel, or illustration by design. Illustration by design. We have Secret Comics #1. I think that's
get that out of there. It's called Secret Comics Presents #1.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hero Blood of Patriots from Muttman and Macho Dan.
Macho Dan.
Oh, damn.
Breaking Rad. I'm not sure which the channel.
Breaking Rad is their YouTube channel. Yes, please go subscribe to Breaking Rad. This is a very great channel. They even had a CG Royal Rumble happening going on over there. It was pretty great.
Yeah, and if you want to get this box with all this stuff,
Yeah, I watched that. That's pretty fun.
You have to go subscribe to these channels and leave a comment on the one where they unbox it and hopefully put stuff in.
So what are you going to put in the box, Rick?
I'm probably going to put a couple Canadian Shield issues in, coloring book, one of my small statues of the Canadian Shield that's been uncolored, so somebody can color that. I'll probably put a Canadian Shield poster in, and maybe some trading cards and some business.
If you do put in a comic book, please don't put in multiples of the same comic book.
Or despite John, just do the opposite.
Well, what if it's the same comic book but two different covers?
I think it was two totally different.
I don't have all the answers. Use your best.
He's gonna take everything and leave nothing but Canadian Shield stuff.
Booster says, I knew these nerds would just put their comics in this. Absolutely shameless, yeah.
Well, that's sort of not what it's meant to do, isn't it? Dylan?
Now, you see what Mudman and Macho Dan did? If they would have not put their comic in there and just put all this swag in there, that'd be fantastic. That's what it was about. It's all about swag.
Swag.
Well, aren't their comics swag?
See, I get that. I get that.
No.
I get that.
No, they're not. I actually agree with John.
Those pastry wants you to spite Dillard. Spite him.
So 2 posters from Macho Dan and that.
See, now this poster, not this poster, but the other hero poster, that kind of got stuck in my craw. Because that was supposed to be something that only I and a few other people had. Because that was like, oh, if you're an original backer of the first hero campaign that didn't fund, and then you went and re-backed it the second time, then you got that poster.
This one?
But now, just somebody that won something is going to get this poster.
Yeah, but at least it's only one of the person. At least they're not giving them out
Don, I actually didn't have a job when they did Hito on both of them, and I contacted them and PayPal'd them $35, and they sent me that poster.
Oh, those rat bastards. We got absolutely no sequels.
So Adam posted College of the Dead.
Oh my gosh! Wow,
And
look
that's
at all
his
that.
channel.
Whoa!
Adam posts, that is.
Holy moly!
Various versions of it, I think.
Isn't there a reason why nobody gets from him anymore?
Yeah, a lot of people got mad at him because he's his College of the Dead and the Mermaids book. He didn't draw or write; he just bought the properties to them. And people were like, "That's not right." I don't know why, but that's why people don't talk to him.
Yeah, I don't get that either. I mean, he didn't say. Did he ever say he drew them himself?
No.
There you go. Why would you? It'd be a different story if he claimed that he did. He did.
I guess it would be. Yeah.
Okay, so
Rick, are you still there?
yeah, I'm still here. I was putting things aside that way they wouldn't like.
Classic Piper dead air. You can't have a Piper stream without that.
Mail-ins, Youngblood run from 71 to. I'm assuming these are going to be in order. To 77 plus, it looks like something else. Battle to the End of Glory. So maybe it's 78. So that's like 9 comics there.
Well, from what Malin told me, that is his complete run that he did on Youngblood.
Okay.
Everything that has Malin in it is there.
And of course, Graveyard Shift 1 and 2 in a book. I might actually read that over the months.
Gee, that looks like it's signed, Piper.
Yeah, as long as I don't keep it. I'm not going to keep it. I just said read it. And of course, the Cult of Raven spectacular coloring book from 2020. We should have done it.
I don't know why Metal didn't. I don't know why Metal didn't sign that, but you can feel free to sign that, Rick.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't get a chance to read
he
it?
said he didn't think about it at the time, but you know what? I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to sign the book.
I would like that coloring book to be signed by everybody that contributed artwork to that book.
Then it makes it swag.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. How many creators were involved in that project?
Good job, Rick.
Put that aside. Yeah, because it'll be the only one.
Jeff Potts is suggesting that you put in a container of liverwurst plate, a pate. I don't even think that Rick would have the ability to get a hold of some liverwurst pate if he wanted to.
I probably could if I wanted to. And of course, posted by the man himself, Mr. Dillard. The Buckfoot poster.
Oh, looks like Jason Robinson did a very good job of wrinkling up my goddamn poster.
Yeah. Had a chance, just forgot. Five or six more what?
I was watching him on stream earlier today.
Items in the
and
box?
He was supposedly talking and he had forgotten that he had no audio. And he went through like a whole spiel of selling us the comic book.
And there's...
While we were typing, hey, there's no audio, there's no audio.
Dillard draws cards. Those. So you said there for everybody.
Now, Rick, if you have any business cards, and I have a feeling that you might.
Yes, I'm going to put my business.
Feel free to toss 3 to 5 business cards, not 1,000, 3 to 5 business cards.
3 to 5.
Yeah,
he puts every single one in the box.
Only 3 to 5.
I would take up the box. I take all the swag out of it and put all my business.
I thought the idea was for the creators to be able to give, grab one of everyone's
Metal's
business card.
One of those for myself.
Good deal.
Yeah, I was just wondering. It sounds
Rick,
like
if you want.
It sounds like there were.
I didn't mean to do this, but if you want.
It sounded like there were several creators, several artists contributing to that coloring book. Is that right?
There's a small stack of Buckler trading cards in there.
Yeah.
You can have one if you want, but
you have to.
Nah, you know what? I would say if you want, you can read and show what the Buckler's actual name is.
Oh.
Whoa, man. Whoa.
If you want. You don't have to. But if you want.
It's talking crazy now.
Well, I have definitely read it. Oh, wow. He definitely weighs a lot.
I hope you're not fat shaming.
Was a Buckler a fat ass?
Certainly seems like it.
Not too many people left after us, I think. Well, I thought, hasn't it only gone through like 6 people?
Buckler's next battle will be with weight loss.
I thought that.
Okay, so I'm definitely going to take a Buckler card.
Yes, they are.
Sticker.
What is his real name, Rick?
Don't reveal it. Don't reveal it.
I don't know. Tell me. Can you read it?
Top secret. Not too many people
I think
left.
it would be safe even if his finger wasn't there because his camera's so blurry.
I thought that there were a total of 13 or 15.
It could be that way,
Is his real name Rick? Heavy.
I thought there were a total of. Oh wow! I didn't realize you went 3 hours on this stream. I thought that we like you or me were like number 6 and 7 in the list, and there were like 13. Oh well, yeah. All right. So you're 5 or 6 more, like you said. All right. Yeah, because the total is what? It's around 13 or so. Excuse me. Yeah, several artists were on the coloring book. Not sure how many have had it. Think some might have dropped out. Oh, that's a bummer. I want a lot of people to participate.
It's the buckler. Well, I don't think that's a secret, is it? His weight?
No, it's not a secret. I've said before.
Let me guess. His real name is Chip Whitley.
No. He is 6'6" and he weighs 310 pounds.
All muscle, I think.
Solid muscle.
What a porker.
Solid. That's about what The Rock weighs currently, and The Rock's only 6'4".
Yeah, he's.
Now, should I do this? Geez, it's so tempting to make this the premiere of the people finding out what the buckler's real name is.
No.
Oh, Muttman's here. What up, Muttman? I don't know, Rick. That's entirely up to you. If you want to reveal what the buckler's real name is, that's on you. Do it.
Okay, everybody, put a 1 in the chat if you want me to reveal the buckler's real name.
No.
And if it's better kept a secret, like Wolverine's origins, put a 2 in the chat.
Yeah.
Don't care, just don't do anything.
Just saying. And you can only count Muttman's 1 as 1-1, not 3-1.
Yeah, I figured. Oh, yeah.
Is there anything in that green bubble wrap on the side there?
No.
Damn it, Jiminy Cricket. I'm telling you, everybody I sent this box to, they're all a bunch of flakes. Good people, though, but flakes.
Rebellious, you can only have 1 vote. Just like Buttman can only have 1 vote. Although we only got 4 people in the chat voting at the moment.
Are the little black things like rubber bands or
Rick,
something?
this isn't a cross comics, character competition. You can call it already. You don't got to drag it on for 10 minutes for a simple vote.
Hey, I was just seeing whether everybody in the chat wanted to participate. It says,
Frog G says absolutely not. He does not want to know.
There are, like 7 people, only 4 would. Hey, no flake. I put sweet swag in there. Okay,
Well, yeah, if you were here earlier, Muttman, you would have heard me say, "Look at Muttman. Look at how good of a job he did and what he put in there. That's what I wanted."
Okay, so I've decided I'm only going to reveal half of his name.
You were saying you were happy that he put in that poster, right, John?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Mutt. What the fuck? I'm sorry, I can't cuss.
Muttman, if you got Discord, you can come on if you want, or in the on-air chat. Anyways, you might want to call the buckler Mr. Finley. Yes,
that is correct. His surname is Finley.
He will be teaching you today. You are in the class of getting your butt kicked. He is Professor Mr. Finley. So I've revealed half the name. To find out his full name, and he does have a, well, I didn't even reveal half of it. I revealed a third of his name. Because he does have a middle name.
He does, yeah. All of his names are very important and come up in the book.
And my man, if he would have taken the time, he could have read it anyways, but he had it, so he probably already knew.
He didn't care. All he cares about is hero, blood of patriots. And you know what? I'm okay with that. If you are making a comic book about something and you're not all about that comic book, I don't want to read it.
So yeah, this is a good thing of swag. Let's see if I can reach.
I wonder myself what Rick Piper is going to put in the boomerang box.
Well, one small thing I'm going to.
I can see already he's repacking it very haphazardly.
Yeah, I am not.
He'll probably get jostled.
He's gonna put a pack of Canadian bacon in it.
These things I've already. I'm just putting them in here for now. Everything else is off to the side. I'm gonna repack it very good. My man says he's a fun. Okay. One thing is this little statuette.
Put it real close to the camera so that we can see.
It's in 3 pieces, so you'd have to glue the Canadian shield
Oh, you gotta.
onto
Oh wow.
the base.
Something like that to hold poster rolled up.
And that
Oh
way you
yeah,
can
yeah.
paint
That makes
the
sense.
shield yourself.
That's super cool. Those aren't easy to get made or come by.
And of course, you can paint the thing.
They're super rare now because no more will be made.
Wait, what are those made of again?
And
Is that resin? Is that 3D printed?
You can paint it and then you can glue it onto the thing. I'm going to be putting in a whole bunch of cards, like trading cards. What else? Pictures. What else? There's a whole bunch of swag I got to put in.
Well, that's fantastic.
Why is Rick hiding in the ceiling? How am I hiding in the ceiling? But
What up, Quaff? The Quaff is here. We're doing the boomerang box, sir. Rick just, in this video, about 20 minutes back, he started unboxing everything, and now he's showing kind of like what he's going to be putting into the box.
oh, you know what?
Oh wait, so you've got a second
Quick,
video.
some time ago, I did these sort of painting type things.
Wait, so I have a second video queued up that I thought is supposed to contain. You've got a separate video for what you're adding to the box, right? Yeah, that makes sense. A band to hold the posters together. 3D printed, yep. I'm guessing it's resin, but unless it's, what is the other material? Shoot, what is it called? Like that metal, that heavier material. What is it called? It's not die cast. There's a certain term for it. I think resin is more popular, isn't it? I'm not up on that technology. Excuse me. But that's pretty cool. Do you have your own 3D printer? I wonder.
Of my various characters, I'm going to find my shield one that I did and put it in. It's the only one like it.
So this is electide. It looks like.
Well, that's super thick and takes up a lot of room. But you know, you use your best judgment.
Yeah, well, I want to give something very unique. That nobody
Damn,
else
Dillard.
will be able to
Brutal.
get or have.
Yes, Quab. He's going to be shipping it to another creator. This box is being shipped from creator to creator, and then eventually back to me, where we'll be doing a big grand giveaway, where somebody who watches the original Boomerang box video that explains the rules, if they comment on that video and also subscribe to everybody's channel who the box has been to, they will win the box.
So these are all the cards, but we're gonna have Canadian Shield Fan Edition done by Evan. Canadian Shield Fan Edition done by Elric. Card.
Oh, wow.
There.
Fan edition versions.
A set of signed cards. You know,
That's a $750 value.
$7.
And something else that's going to be rare once I get rid of them is the sort of a crossover card with
Oh.
Joe.
Oh, that's a neat idea.
I still have flashbacks from trying to get the complete set of Rick Piper's 7 premier character cards assigned.
That says put some Canadian snacks. I don't want to have any trouble with it going back over the border, but otherwise I'd be tempted. Plus, probably everything would be very smudged by the time it got to Dillard.
Are you the last stop
If
before
worse
dinner?
comes to worse,
No,
I would just eat the contents.
That's what I was going to say.
Eat the content.
Somebody's going to eat the contents before they even get to dinner.
do you know who I'm sending it to next, John?
I do, but you don't.
Yeah, well, maybe you can tell me.
No, not right now. I would have to go to the list and see where I put you at on the list.
Okay. So you don't know offhand.
Not offhand, no. It's been so long since the book's been, this box has been in transit.
And of course,
When this thing first started, I was like, I knew what the order like the back of my hand.
and of course, a bunch of business cards are going to go in there.
No, you can put 3 to 5 business cards.
Like 80.
No, and when I'm actually going to put one other business card in there.
What the hell is that stack? That's like a stack of 50.
I just grabbed a stack, but what I'm saying is this one's going in, but there's going to be one other one that is not for people to take, and that's my original business card when I had printed when I went to Alpha OmegaCon when I was in the States, in Los Angeles.
Oh, wow.
And there was, I only printed up like 500 of those, and they're pretty much all gone.
Yeah, my man says, I had this box a long time ago.
Yeah, I just saw his video like a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Rick, this box is coming to me before it goes out to the winner. I may accidentally dump all of your business cards in the trash.
Jeez, you're nice.
Damn.
3 to 5 business cards should suffice it.
Hey, man, you should have put business cards in too. That way, all the creators would have got one.
Man, only 3 to 5 cards?
That right near the beginning.
See, I thought we were gonna like include what? Well, I mean, it makes more sense to do fewer cards as you get towards the end of the line, but I thought 10 or so might be reasonable. Second video is official what I'm putting in this. I talk about what I might be putting in. Oh, gotcha. George Gaddis 3D print the figurine. George Gaddis. That sounds familiar. Oh, all right. I know who you're talking about. Okay, right on.
said that before we even started the boomerang. Muttman don't take direction well. He's his own man, though.
And yeah, a poster of the John Diller cover will be going in here too.
A poster of the John Dillon cover?
Like the 11 by 17 poster. Somehow.
Well, make sure you don't let Jiminy Cricket fold that poster and put all kinds of creases in.
Or I might put a couple in, I don't know. Depending, just to keep it safe, I don't know.
Yeah, Muttman was telling me, he was like, yeah, if you back Hero of Blood of the Patriots the second time, and you were an original backer, you get an exclusive poster. And then I just hear, just now, that my Sketchbook 360, paid to win. He paid an extra $35, and all of a sudden he got that poster, no problem whatsoever.
Oh.
Okay, let's see whether we can figure out where exactly I'm.
What's up with that, Muttman?
You gotta say for yourself, Muttman.
Yeah, he cheated just like he cheated on the Royal Rumble and threw me out.
So let's see whether I can put a dot where I am. This.
You challenge him to a steel cage match.
You should sign it all across Canada. I don't think anybody that's Canadian is also getting this box.
What?
I will say also that Pixel Trader sent me all of his swag.
Oh,
He wanted to meet up with me, but then the coof happened, and so because he lives pretty close to where I live. But Muttman says only OB has got the OB poster, Diller.
Yeah. I do have. Actually, I have one of Pixel. I have Pixel Trader's snail.
I don't care what you got. I'm talking about all the swag that Pixel sent me from Indie-Crime. I got stickers. I got decals. I got metal cards. I got all kinds of stuff from Pixel. It's great.
Oh, okay.
So I'll have to do another video when the box gets back to me showing all the stuff that's going in there from Pixel. He has a lot of cool stuff in there.
Nice.
How has Pixel been? I haven't seen him on anything.
Busy.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's been so busy that I think he kind of gave responsibility of Indie-Cron to one of his close friends that lives near him because he's been very busy with work lately.
No, not people thought you were Canadian. Only Sketchbook, rebellious. Yeah, there's. I'll be putting that into Critical Snail.
I blame Rick for that.
Don't put. I already have one of those to put in. Don't put that in there.
Is it signed?
Yes.
Okay.
That's yours, Rick. Don't put in other people's stuff into the boomerang box. That's like the boomerang box coming to me, and then I put in some Rick Piper comics. I want things that have been touched by you.
It's been touched by me.
I want these to be Rick Piper originals, Rick Piper products, swag via Rick Piper.
Okay, so yeah, I signed all across Canada. Put a little bit of an arrow to where I am.
You should draw a picture of a maple leaf.
I can do that.
Did he give Indie-Cron to Edwin? No.
No, I don't think Edwin's too much into comics anymore.
Yeah, F Edwin. That's what I said. I agree with Rick.
I don't know for sure. I'm just saying. I didn't.
That was such a Nasser thing to say there, Dillard.
Who's Nasser, Tim?
Oh, gee.
I know who Nasser is.
Yeah, you signed all over Canada.
Might not know.
So there we go. We got to make. my name and a maple leaf on there.
I still put in
That's
4,
fantastic, Rick. It
then
looks great.
5 business cards.
Yeah, I thought you'd want to be on here. That's why I sort of asked you to come
One
on.
man says, we'll definitely know if the swag has been touched by Rick.
It'll smell maple syrupy, right? Maple syrupy good.
The Canadian Rick Piper.
Rebellia says, I trust no one living like America. Yeah.
Who is she responding to? Or is she just talking?
I think she's just talking.
I'm pretty good at following the chat. I don't understand who she's talking to. All right, so Rick Piper put a good amount of stuff there in the boomerang box. Thank you, Rick.
Yeah. Or I will
I'm excited to see what else might be in there when it finally shows up.
Yeah. And I might be able to figure out a couple other Canadian things, maybe some Canadian pencils. You know, pencils with maple leaves all over.
Canadian
Do you
pencils.
have the least? Do you have how many people are left on the list?
Hey, how's it going? Oh, you meant more than 5 business cards. How's it going, Rosetta? What's up, what's up? What's up, peeps? No. That's Anthony's. Again, if anyone's interested in popping on, feel free. I'm listening right now to Cross Comics. He's discussing some of the things he might be adding to the boomerang box, which is actually headed my way. Out of curiosity, did you just send it out today? Did you dispatch it, pop it in the mail today, or was it like earlier this week? And also, where is the Batman? What's the other question I had? Humana. Crap. It actually doesn't. Oh, the link's at the very top of the chat. Let me just throw down another one. Because I think at a certain time, at a certain moment, it actually does crop the chat. So you can't go back to the very, very beginning. Seems that way sometimes. Whoops. And I'm also drawing some, I can't scroll that high. Yeah, no link. All right. Well, there's the new one. Yeah, so I'm next in line on the boomerang box. I'm so ill prepared. I'm getting some stuff done, but I had other stuff in mind that I was hoping to get done in time for it. I mean, if all goes well, I'm hoping to knock this out and do. I'm hoping to knock this out and do my video and get it sent off before I return to Ohio from California. We'll see.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
Cool. Yeah. So.
What was your last question? I forget.
Let me see.
Hello. I'm staying off camera right now, so you can watch me bead.
Hey, you go. Long time.
It's been a while. How you been doing?
Good.
So you're doing beading. What are you making? Bracelets?
No, this is diamond art stuff. So it's ginormous, kind of like beaded embroidery kind of artwork pieces.
And then once you're done with it, do you actually do the beads go on these like silicone threads or something, or do you melt them or something?
This is actually based on a specialized epoxy on the actual canvas. So these are actual like crystal flatbacks.
Ooh, wow. That sounds trippy.
It's fun, but it takes a fuck ton of work because each piece is thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of beads.
Is this an image of a horse?
No, what you're seeing the nose there is, if you see up here the stripes, it's actually a sleeping white tiger cub.
Oh, okay.
And I started it Monday.
Okay.
I know my projects are behind, but the freaking battle for getting medical treatment this year has kind of just worn me down to the point I just couldn't deal with it anymore for a while.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I kind of am taking a sanity break for the season changes, and I'm just kind of out here in the living room hiding and doing my beading.
Gotcha. So is this like a commission job or just something you're doing for fun?
These are just for fun. I actually do have them working on making a couple, because, you know, most of these, they're standard pieces that you can order and stuff, but I have them making a couple custom pieces, which are going to be actually out of the tiger photos I took a couple weeks ago.
Ooh.
So they're actually going to be my own art edits of my own pieces and then done like this.
So you're like applying plastic or crystal beads to canvas?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it seems as similar to as a pointillism, but with beads and colored beads.
It does kind of do that because you're using little micro round or square beads. If you're using the round beads, and even if you're using the square beads, it kind of has a similar feel to like looking at artwork from like Monet and stuff, where it's really detailed from far away and up close. You can see the basically pixelation of the art.
Interesting.
I just find it interesting to do, and it's one of those things that, because of the way it focuses the brain, it helps my tics and spasms. So,
right, that's sweet.
Well, that's good, definitely.
Yeah, I started this one, and this one right here is 50 by 70 centimeters, or just shy of 2 feet by by over 2.5. So it's pretty big when you think about using micro beads for that size.
Yeah. So is it kind of like a paint by numbers? You just follow the same colors?
It's similar. I always alter and edit every piece I get, so it's not just the standard prints people get. And I have some I'm working on where I actually have like the blank canvases, and I'm designing my own on graph paper, designing my own versions of pinup girls and stuff to do with the beads and stuff like that. So,
oh man, that's gonna be righteous.
Yeah, I was gonna
go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna add that when it's kind of zoomed in, it looks like that you are working on a grid, and you're just dropping the little gems into the grid work.
It is the hardest parts of doing these is starting, because you have nothing on the mat yet. So you can't reach very far in without trying to basically stick to the mat everywhere. So you have to do these like tiny little sections at the edges, so it's easier to reach in without sticking to it. And then you can do bigger areas.
And then once you get all the pieces in place, how do you keep them in place?
Well, they do partly stay in place on their own anyways, because they're on a glue mat, but that depends on, of course, the company you had make it, how solid that is. But there's actually specialized epoxies to seal it and actually affix the top of the beads to that epoxy at the back even more.
So does it come with all the beads you need of the right colors?
Yeah, when you get these, they come in kits where they will have all the colors you need with the chart for exactly which color goes where and everything, and what their code and stuff is, along with the symbol they are on the mat. It's actually on the edge of the canvases. So I don't really have a good way of showing you that one. So let me just see if I can do this the easy way and get one of the little ones down. Okay, I'll get down one that you guys can laugh at me for, because I do have one weakness for one thing from Marvel. And I do need to finish this one anyways, but it's an easier
Just
one.
as long as it's not Captain Marvel, you're all right.
No, it's Baby Groot with Rocket's head decapitated on his bike.
Did you come up with that design, or was that all?
No, this one I actually found on Amazon.
Really? Oh my gosh.
Uh-huh. But if you
That's
actually
pretty
look
cool.
at the sides here, they will have like the chart line here where they'll tell you exactly which symbol and everything and which color it is. And then they come in little packs with all the beads already there. And this one's actually the square drill, so you can see they actually butt against each other better. But the square drills, every single one has to be placed exactly in perfect alignment before you can move to the next one. So they take like 3 times longer to do the same thing.
Cool.
But they're a little more perfected, basically, when you do them.
Right. Yeah, man.
Yes, I have a little bit of a softness for Baby Groot.
Yeah. So, do you get a picture of a small picture like you would like on, let's say, a jigsaw puzzle box?
Yeah.
For what it's supposed to look like.
Some of them will put actually a little avatar of the symbol of what the artwork is with the chart on the corner. Some will actually give you little things like, oh, fuck, where did that go? Which freaking section did I put it in again? Here a sec. Like some of the higher end companies will do where they actually will send you like little stickers and artwork of each one. So you actually have stuff you can put on other stuff of what you're working on. Yeah. And they'll have an extra chart for you to use for stuff too.
Oh, nice.
And this is one of the ones I'm looking forward to working on. It's the Wolf Dreamcatcher.
Ooh, that looks cool.
Yeah. This is something I've done for years as a way of helping control my tics and my nerve issues and anxiety. So it's not usually something I do so much for everyone else, it's just for me. But I am getting into making more of the custom stuff just because I think it's interesting.
Probably helps you focus a lot.
Mm-hmm. What I've also figured out is that because I have all my photography and stuff, and there's companies that will do any custom piece you want for different shapes and sizes, I can offer to basically anybody who wants it that if it's in my photography, I could have a custom one made for them to do.
Oh, neat.
And all I would want is like a little commission off of the cost of having it made. So a little extra, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, you know, well, if you know, you probably know how much it is. You charge, $5-10 extra than whatever it costs for the shipping or whatever. Well, getting it made and the shipping.
Yeah, I will be honest. When you're making custom ones of these, if you go beyond just tiny ones, most of the customs are $40 to $200. But again, think about how many beads you're using. That makes sense, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Insane amount of beads.
The fact that I got this one on clearance for $20, considering how many high-end flatback crystals it has on it, just shows you how much they overcharge you for those beads in the store, doesn't it? I mean,
oh man, no doubt.
Well, the thing is, when they one like this, I think, anyways, they can it's an image they mass produce it, right? An image like this,
Mm-hmm.
So they can buy the beads by the by the truckload.
Right.
Well, I mean, I've got my baskets I have up in the shelving behind this, and if I kind of tip this, you can see behind here there's like all this shelving with the projects stored and stuff, and the baskets here are all jars that have about 2,000 to 3,000 beads each.
Oh wow.
And yeah, all these baskets here and up here are those jars of the extra colors of the 400 some odd colors they have in the main, a bunch of the different AB and acrylic and crystal colors, and then the square drills also of the same. So yeah, I've got a lot of extra stuff for different projects that I'm working on.
Oh, that's cool.
It's an odd little thing. What just happened? My computer's being wonky. One sec. Give me a moment to fix my stupid camera angle.
All right.
Yeah.
This is me fighting with my computer because I'm
We
on
all do it.
right now. I'm on a crappy little laptop because that's what's available when I'm in the living room. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
And you know, as much as people bitch about Chromebooks, I've actually figured out that they actually work better with StreamYard than most other laptops. I don't know why exactly, but they do.
It kind of makes sense considering StreamYard seems to work the best with Chrome browser. But yeah.
But I mean, you can get a decent touchscreen Chromebook for like 100, 200 on Amazon, and they work really well with StreamYard and with hotspotting. So,
yeah.
and this is me trying not to be in camera because I'm bloated from my hormone therapy. Little self-conscious.
So what's
We'll forgive you.
So Rosetta, did you actually have the pre-launch going on for the Eagles book again?
I took it down briefly because I'm trying to get everything set up to launch, and I'm just overwhelmed with it. I did make sure I have all the emails and stuff off it before I did.
All right.
But because
I thought I saw that briefly.
Because of the medical, I just don't want to deal with having it come down on its own in the middle of me filling everything out. So I just preferred to pull it down and start filling it all out on another, you know?
Sure, absolutely.
Because I've been fighting with all this medical crap and all these stupid over-the-top hospital regulations all year. Oh my God, people have no idea how much I've actually been fighting with the hospitals this year.
So it sounds like things haven't improved any with the system?
No, they're actually tightening those restrictions on people now.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's just getting worse. Especially, well, it depends on where you live too. With all the COOF rules and all that.
Well, the thing is that the state's rules on it are not that bad, but the hospitals are running absolute ZT. They won't work with people for exemptions no matter what, even if they know they medically can't. And they really should be sued into the fucking ground for it. But unfortunately, suing them into the ground is going to take years, and I need medical care now.
Right.
So
then I found kind of funny is, like I've got sleep apnea, and I've had the machine for 6-7 years, and then I get a letter out of the blue saying, "Hey, from Philips." They said, "We've got we're writing to inform you that there's been a recall of this product because a piece of the material from part of the unit has been known in some cases to break off over time and get into the air passageways, resulting in health issues." And
oh, for fuck's sakes!
And it's like, so they say, check out one of these two letters to see if your device falls under the recall, and mine does. And then they're all like, okay, we got your information. You're more or less registered, and we'll be in touch, but there is no timeline. It's like this is like 6-7 years after I first started using it, and they're just now having a recall. And they don't even have anything in place to do a cross ship to immediately replace the defective units. It's like they just come up with some difficult method for.
I know a lot of people who are leaving the medical field because they're saying that the way everything's being run right now is they're basically being told, don't fucking care about your patients unless they can fit into this and this criteria or this and this regulation.
Yeah.
And they're being told basically we don't care what happens to them unless they do these things our way.
Yeah,
And
that's the
yeah,
wrong thing.
and it's
Yeah.
also affecting how people can get their meds, how people can get the machinery they need for their homes, stuff like that. How long have I bitched about IHS?
I know here in
I mean,
Canada.
literally, how long have I bitched about IHS, wise guy?
Yeah, quite.
To
Hasn't
get
been lately.
any medical care right now, I've been having to fight back and forth between the states and the hospitals and the res and IHS, and I actually have to go back to the res tomorrow to get testing done.
The reservation, really?
Yes,
Wow.
because nobody else will do it. And
Dang.
there's no reason it should take the better part of a year and this much fighting with this many hospitals and doctors with documentation that I have these issues just to get medical treatment.
Yeah. I mean, don't they trust their own documentation?
No,
No.
my doctor is pissed as fuck. She's absolutely livid because she's told them repeatedly she can't do these things. She needs care. And they won't even let me in her clinic because it's run by the hospital.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's all messed up.
And she's absolutely livid. She's angry. And they're saying, you know, if you let anybody in who can't match our criteria, we're going to pull your license and shut you down. And she's, what the fuck?
Right. Yeah.
Meanwhile, any of us who actually say this is happening to us are instantly getting met with, oh, that's not really happening. It's like, yes, it is. Yeah, it really is. There's a lot of us saying this is happening.
Yep. Let me see. How are you doing, Rick? What's new with you?
Oh, not much.
What you up to? You doing any drawing right now?
Oh no, well, I was coloring earlier on my stream just before I came on here. Coloring up my a drawing I did on Tuesday night.
Nice.
Digital coloring.
All right. What's your chosen method? Like what software, what hardware?
Well, I traditionally draw usually, but I use Clip Studio to color.
Nice. I've got Clip Studio too. I'm so new to it.
I like all the layers.
Oh, I know. What a time saver. Gee.
Because I get people complain at me, but I put for me it's maybe it's I don't know what it is, but I when I put a color in, like okay, the person's shirt is this color. I'm just putting that on a layer. That way I can access that. And then when I go to do the shading for that shirt, I'll put that on another layer altogether too. And then the tint and all that.
So how many layers do you average on the single drawing?
Depends on how many colors are in the whatchamacallit.
Gotcha.
And since you have me on the screen, just to remind people, anybody's interested in these, just drop me a note. We can run it through PayPal for payment to ship. I have several sets left because I printed a lot of them of my lovely, lovely pinup stickers, girl sets.
Ooh.
Oh,
so since they're stickers on the back side, are they designed so it has a break somewhere on the back?
No, but the edges feel pretty easy.
Okay, gotcha.
And these are actually vinyl, and I'm just selling off the sets at 10 plus ship for each set.
Yeah. How much is shipping usually?
3 to 6, depending on where it's going, basically.
Probably be 6 for Canada.
For Canada, probably be a little more than that, but it shouldn't be too much more. I'd have to look at basically what a bubble pack letter would cost.
Yeah.
Those look good. You said they're vinyl?
They're vinyl.
Okay.
And of course, that's in American funds, not Canadian funds.
Oh, well, yeah. There's
Well, if it
that.
makes you feel any better, I'm sending some of them to England over to Richard. So hey,
Yeah, well, actually, that doesn't make me feel better because they pay less then because their money's worth more than yours.
well, to be fully fair, I'm actually not charging him, but that's a long story.
Yeah,
And Wise Guy knows how close I am to Richard.
yeah.
Speaking of Richard, how is he doing?
A lot better ever since things came through. He's relaxed a lot more and stuff. I've
Good.
come up with a scheme for what I'm sending him for his Christmas gifts.
Oh, really?
I can actually make a joke there.
Since we can't watch these streams, really, I can go ahead and narc on this too. I thought about earlier because his big thing is he's got years of collecting all these miniatures and stuff because he does all the things for different D&D style games, Warhammer, and other stuff.
Oh my gosh.
And he has a tendency to have them kind of piled everywhere and disorganized.
Uh-huh.
While he's working, while he's painting, while he's moving between rooms to help take care of his mom. So I've actually put together a little cart with several of the fancy little display cases to store several hundred of them.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be cool. That's
so that he'll
great.
get those and he'll have little briefcase cases with handles that'll cushion and bubble pack and protect all his miniatures so they won't get broken.
Nice. That's a great idea. Very thoughtful.
He doesn't know. But I actually already know what he's scheming for me because he was basically asking me to do it. And he actually wants to send me a few others from the clearance from this company. So I have one I have to do, but it's freaking bigger than this one. It's huge. It's wrapped up sitting over there. And it's a fucking stained glass fire dragon.
Whoa.
Sounds
oh my
neat.
God.
I'm very, very into dragons. You know that, Wise Guy.
Yep. Dragons are cool.
I'm probably more into dragons than I should be, considering some of the dragon poetry and stories I've written in my day. I'm a little obsessive with them.
Everybody's got obsessed over something, right?
There you go.
But
just
then
as long
again,
as
Richard's mother is obsessed with dragons, and she's actually named their house Dragon's Lair. And she has a tendency to like me to show off my dragons I've painted to her. And that's why I have a really fancy Anne Rice dragon statue that I'm sending her for Christmas.
Oh, nice. Anne Rice dragon.
I searched it out. It's a really fancy one based on one of her stories.
Is that right? Okay.
It is gorgeous. And I'm like, okay, now I have that. Because you know how close I am to Richard and his mother. I have to send them some fancy stuff.
I was going to say, all right, I need one of those dragons for myself, too.
Well, if they're still in shipping, because I did actually find theirs through a UK shipping site, so I'll have to see if I can find it on a US one to send you a link.
Oh.
I like ordering his stuff from UK companies so I can still qualify for cheap or free shipping on their stuff instead of having to pay overseas shit.
No doubt.
Well, I think I'm going to take off, Wise. It's almost 2 o'clock. It's almost 2 o'clock where I am.
Gotcha.
So I want to get some sleep.
All right.
Appreciate
you hanging, man.
Yeah, I think it's almost 1 here, but I'm going to be awake a while.
And
I never sleep well before dealing with doctors.
It's just about to hit 11 p.m. my time.
Oh, nice and early.
Yeah, I know. It's great.
You're on the West Coast.
Yeah,
Aren't you lucky?
Yeah. I'm visiting California right now. I'm normally in Ohio. But
Did you give me the right address?
Just remember, guys, that my birthday is next month.
yeah, weren't you on the Effort show the other night?
Yeah,
I heard
bitching
you
about the
guys
fact
talking-
that I get ignored on my birthday usually because it's right after Christmas.
Yeah, that's what happens with a lot of people who have birthdays near holidays. And I heard you guys talking about gems and stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting stuff. You know, interesting stuff. Oh, here you left. Okay.
Okay.
In a few, I was going to resume that stream where where he's going over the stuff he's going to add. He might add to the boomerang box, and then there's another one after that where he goes over what he's actually contributing. So that should be interesting.
Interesting. Yeah. There's a weird methodical Zen thing to doing this, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like chill streams.
See, me too. I'm not a fan of all the drama and all the whining and all the bitch streams.
Me either.
Oh, did you see the news article I shared earlier?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Was it on Twitter?
in the UK on Halloween, some fucking psychopath asshole decided he was going to dress up as Pennywise and crash a kindergartner's Halloween party and start harassing the kids and trying to traumatize them.
Aww.
No, here's the great part about it. This was a kindergartner's party. He failed epically because the first time he touched one of the kids, one of the other kids came over and did a flying drop kick to him, and then he got beat up by a bunch of 6-year-olds. And the video is in the story.
Oh, that's funny. That's cool.
He got his ass kicked by a bunch of 6-year-olds.
I hope he got arrested afterwards.
I don't know, but God, they stranger dangered his ass into traction. I mean,
yeah, it is so cool.
And I'm sitting there going, "Oh, good kids! I love you, kids." And then I kept watching the clip over and over, laughing.
Yeah, God, I love those success stories there.
I was laughing so hard at that clip because it's like, yes, get that bastard.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, really.
You know how you can tell it's a UK story? He didn't get shot by a parent.
Oh.
Because I'm sorry, you do that to a bunch of little kids here trying to grab them and traumatize them, and their parents are going to shoot your ass.
Yeah.
But it is the greatest scene ever to see this tiny little 6-year-old come running at him and jump up in the air and just slam kick him to the ground, and then a bunch of them just start beating on him. And it's like, dude got busted. That has to be like the worst slasher movie ever. Dude tries to traumatize kids, gets his ass kicked. I mean, that's a pretty sad, pathetic ending really quickly.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what it says about me that I find that as amusing as I do.
I always like when the good guys win in the end.
Mm-hmm. So I started sharing that link to all over the place on every social media, laughing my ass off at him. That maternal side of me just keeps going, they kicked his ass.
Yep.
My husband found the story and had to come tell me about it and then send it over to my account for me. He's like, you're going to love this, honey. And it starts to tell me the story. And the first thing he does is start telling me what the guy did. And I'm like, why am I going to love this? And then he tells me how the kids dealt with it. And I'm like, where's the link? I want to see this happen. Where is that link?
Let's see. Got it.
And yeah. Because we all have those moments. We just see something that just tickles us in just the right way. You know?
Mm-hmm. You know it. Oh, I forgot to do this.
So then I shared it in one group and they're all going, it's a clown world after all. It's like, oh, fuck. Like, just the way that they did it was like, oh, God. I was like, no, he wanted it to be a clown world, but it didn't last very long, did it?
Not at all.
All right, so
So
there's a randomly every so often you will miss one of one color as you're going through that section just because they're tiny dots and it's easy every now and then to miss a spot.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll find it later when you're working on another color.
Right. I can see that.
And so I'll just come back through, grab the jar real quick, and just stick one bead down or two beads down where that was and fix it, you know?
Mm-hmm. I've never tried that art you're doing now, but I used to frequent a local art studio, one of those places where you pick out a piece of ceramic, like a mug or a bowl or a plate, and then you paint it.
Yeah, I do ceramics and statue painting and stuff like that and miniatures. And
yeah.
I know some people would laugh at this because you're doing somebody else's pattern and stuff. It is a little bit busy work, but it still takes a lot of focus. It's still good for the nerves. And
yeah.
Sometimes you just want to do something that you don't have to put as much into, but can also really just relax and enjoy doing.
Yep. Sure. Absolutely.
And with this stuff, they make everything from like little kids kits with little like mini stickers and stuff that are easy to do to one of the ones I have that's going to be custom printed and sent next month is, well, this one I'm working on right now, I told you is the 50 by 70, right?
50 by 70.
Centimeters. So it's about 28 inches the long way.
Wow.
The one that's going to be being sent as printed is very specifically picked by me and my husband as one to represent our relationship. It's the whole mushy thing with the romantic swans and stuff and the different colors and hues of us, and it fits us so perfect. And they're sending it as a custom print. It's going to be 70 by 140 or just shy of 5 feet long. I know that thing's going to take me fucking forever to make. But that's going to be almost 4 times as big as this one.
I might have asked you before, but is your hubby artistic as well?
Not really.
Okay. I was curious as to whether you were doing that one that symbolized your relationship together, you know?
My husband's an avionic engineer.
Okay, all right. Enough said.
Yeah, he's about as math and logic as you get.
I guess I'm kind of an oddball because I got a technical degree in electronics, engineering technology electronics, and then I also have a creative side, so it's like working both sides of the brain.
The best place I can get him to be creative is to do poetry with me.
Ooh, poetry.
There are actually some poems that we've written together, and the interesting thing is one of them was actually based on A Midsummer Night's Dream. So, but most stuff I can't really get him into that stuff much.
Right.
My determination is if I can finish this chunk I'm working on right now, then this entire side will be done, and about a third of that side will be done. So I will be basically down to only a couple days left of work.
Nice.
And so I'm trying to finish this chunk before I put it away for the night. And since I don't usually wander off to bed until basically almost morning, I've got a few hours to do that.
What I also meant to say is at one of the cool things about the art studio I'd go to is, I forgot this piece. Excuse me. Is they also let me do she'd have that glass you can break into smaller chunks and then turn it into jewelry like earrings and pendants. So I did a bunch of that too.
See, I have, if you go through my house here, over here is diamond art and stuff. So I have a bunch of the kits that come from companies. I have a bunch of blank mats I'm working with. I have a bunch of extra beads. I also have a bunch of like little unmarked metal and wood tags and little figures and stuff like that, because you can get a specialized glue that actually will create this epoxy mat on any surface for you. So you can take almost anything that's like flat style to paint objects like Christmas tree ornaments and stuff like that, or wood decor pieces and stuff, attach this epoxy and create your own images of bead art on them. And so I've got that stuff here. I've got bins and bins and bins in the garage of ceramic, wood, and metal stuff that I paint and work with. I've got a shelf, set of shelves in the garage that are full of all kinds of fossils, rocks, gemstones, semi-precious stones, precious stones, and stuff that I've collected for years that I use in different parts of my artwork. Everything from like giant fossil rocks I dug out of riverbeds to specialized actual gemstone beads and stuff. And then I have the beading section. And basically there's some form of art nook in every part of the house that doesn't match the stuff I do in the other part of the house.
So do you have more than one studio then?
In a manner of speaking, but it's kind of like the stuff that I would do with streams, the canvas painting, the drawings, the stuff like that. Those are all in that room. Most all of my beading stuff for jewelry making and stuff like that is out in the other parts of the house, actually. So, yeah, like I said, my stuff, and there's this running joke that it goes back to an old meme that me and my mom had for a long time that we now use as a running joke with us, which was that I told my husband, "Look, hon, I fit all of my art supplies into one box." And he goes, "Damn it, woman, quit calling our house a box." Me and my mom kind of think that's kind of us, you know? And I have done custom sewing. I've made Renaissance gowns. I've actually reupholstered furniture, all that kind of stuff. But I don't like to sew. I have like 3 different machines that I almost never use.
Do you know how to do chain link?
It's been a long time. I'd have to research again to refresh your course, basically. But I have done it before.
I don't know if she told you, but I think Piper was trying to rebuild a Renaissance type of costume that she once had, but I guess the parts that she had at the time were not the highest quality, so it kind of is falling apart over the years. And I was thinking of when we went together to the Ren Fair in Ohio, I was tempted to get her a chain link, but
You've met her?
Yeah, we're friends.
That's not fair. I want to meet you guys, but you're so far away.
Without doxing yourself, remind me whereabouts you are. What state?
That part's all open. I'm over in East Iowa.
Iowa. Okay, I've never been there. Man, that would be cool to visit.
Maybe you should try to see if you can find a way to come here during basically sometime between end of November through early January timeframe. And the reason that's my suggestion, whether it's this year or another year, is because that's when the eagles are everywhere, and I could actually tour you around the places where all the eagles hang out.
Oh my gosh. That would be such a cool photography opportunity too.
And just an experience that most people don't get, because it's a limited window when they're actually all out in the open, because they only hang out a little for a few weeks like that, and then they all take off and hide in nests away from everybody to go mate, you know?
Right.
So you have this few weeks where you can go, and everywhere you go, they're everywhere, and they'll have like groups of like 60 to 100 hanging out in a set of trees together and stuff. That's the fun time.
Man, that's awesome. Yeah, that would be fun.
At Coralville Lake and Spillway, they have an actual place there that's literally named Eagle Walk, and it is actually a hike trail that goes along the river offshoot of it, where all the eagles like to hang out and fish. And so you can actually watch them in all the trees and get photos and interact with them more that way.
Nice.
I know a lot of people freak out trying to do that part because they don't want to get that close to that many and not be near their car. I try to tell them they're not likely to attack you unless you really do something stupid, because most animals don't like how humans taste. They don't hunt us unless it's a last resort thing, you know? The only animal that I can think of that really will happily hunt humans on a whim is actually bears.
Something that was kind of goofy is that we were, family was at like the Pier 39 area, and we were parked, and there were these huge, I guess it was pelicans, and they were like sitting on top of people's cars and stuff. It was like, dang, these guys are big.
I got the weirdest picture last year. The picture I have is, I think this pelican was either lost or just decided he didn't care about the normal flow of the seasons. Because it was in fucking January, and I have the picture of him walking through the snow on top of the frozen lake. And just strutting through it like, I don't fucking care, fuck you. And it's like, what the hell are you still doing here? You're not supposed to be here. Because, I mean, I get it. We get a lot of the white pelicans in the summer here because we're close to the Mississippi River, and a lot of them travel up it in the summer, you know? And so we get fuck ton of them. We also get trumpeter swans in the winter, which are the rarest swan in the world. There's only a few thousand known to exist. They were down under 100 known to exist for a while. So they migrate through here, and they stay here for a while in the summer. And in fact, the main field that they like to hang out with and the main lake that they like to hang out with, the field is about a half hour from my house. The lake is about an hour. So I could show you some interesting, rare experiences. Trumpeters, you don't have to worry much about because unlike mute swans, they're not highly aggressive. It's really, really interesting that the swan that is very loud and very aggressive, they named mute. And the swan that's actually very docile, quiet, and skittish, they named trumpeter. Because you got to think about what both words mean, and it's like an Iceland Greenland thing. You know?
That is interesting.
But trumpeters are also significantly larger than mute swans. They're about 30% bigger, and that's actually quite a size boost. And they're the ones that have ugly cygnets. Mute swan cygnets are actually cute. Trumpeter cygnets are very gray, very ugly, and very gawky. And they stay kind of funny looking until about year 4.
Cygnets are the It's baby birds, right?
Yep.
Right.
They're beyond signet to juvie stage after about 3.5 months, but they're not fully matured to reproductive stage till almost 6 years. That, by the way, is almost the same timeline for eagles. But the bald eagles do not have the white head until they hit year 3, and they're not usually reproductive until the end of year 5 to beginning of year 6. And while the head may be more plain during that juvie stage, their wings are out of this fucking world during that stage because they change shape and pattern constantly, and they get really intricate patterns on their lower wings. So from underneath, they look like this speckled, gorgeous beauty during the juvie stage.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yes, I am that weird nature girl, right? But yeah, if you're interested in coming over here at some point, that would be my time to recommend it.
Yeah, it's mainly a matter of money for me.
Oh no, I believe that.
Yeah.
The easiest way, of course, would be just either like by bus or something like that. You know?
Oh, you mean like one of those take a tour things?
I mean, say if you're going to try to make it over here, it's either going to be just using the gas and traveling or do Greyhound style or something, because trying to fly is expensive and then you have to deal with rental cars.
Yeah.
But if you're coming over for a day or two, I could cart you around a little and show you some stuff.
Is your area, or are you guys known for like public transit at all, or do people mostly drive?
We have public transit, but based on how they drive, you'd be safer finding a way to get yourself around.
Oh, wow. All right.
The bus drivers here are fucking psychopaths.
Oh, great.
I know, I'm so cynical, right? Actually, Iowans in general are very stupid fucking drivers.
Well, you'll find plenty of them, plenty of stupid drivers in California, Ohio, New York.
Actually, you know what's funny about Iowa here is that when you go to per capita stats, which of course is, break it down to the size of the population, we are in the top of the nation for highest test results in driver's ed and stuff like that, and the most knowledge of how to drive, and the highest in the nation for accidents and reckless driving. Which means they know better, they don't fucking care.
Oh, man.
Which is actually really kind of scary when you think about it.
Yeah. Indeed.
What do you expect? Hawkeyes are psycho. We don't get along. I don't like them. They don't like me. And it's kind of become kind of legendary. In fact, I've kind of have a little notoriety around the fans of the team now at this point.
Yeah.
Because I don't like them, and I'm very open in telling them that if they irritate me or piss me off. So after 15 years of being here, they're used to me telling them they're fucking idiots. I'm not saying they like it. I'm saying they're used to it. And I don't care. If it wasn't true, I wouldn't say it. It's like I could sit here and chart to you the worst drivers in this state. Hawkeyes are the worst. Followed in close by basically a tie between the Cyclone fans and the fucking people who drive crotch rockets. Followed by all these assholes getting the black plates and the vanity plates. That's the worst drivers in the area. And I can actually, to about 98% accurate, predict exactly what the drivers are going to do based on if they have that stuff on their car and how much. It's kind of actually really crazy. And so that's why I say they're psychos. Because if I look at a car and, oh, look how psycho that car's driving. What are they trying to run people off the road? It's a Hawkeye, right? Yes, hon, it's right there on the car. Bing. I don't even have to know that they are before I can predict that they are. And I've had people say, yo, that's so offensive to say that about people. It's like, if it wasn't true, it would be offensive. It's true. Therefore, I'm just filling people in on the facts.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm not slurring people for anything other than the fact that they're fans of an asshole at college and they act like assholes. Kind of hard to argue that, right? Though I kind of made a few comments about how bad of drivers they are and how big of jerks they are while I was on Odin's stream last month.
Oh, yeah?
And he's like, the views of my panel do not necessarily represent me. And it's like, no shit. But I, of course, trying not to say those words on his streams when I'm on them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, it's Odin. He's a Catholic school teacher. I try to act different on his stream, which usually just means I'm muted a lot. So people can't hear the shit that pops out my mouth without being able to stop it, you know? But the greatest one to me was he's a Catholic school teacher, and he was trying to join in on one of my rants once, and he slipped and accidentally said it. He was trying to say the whole Duck Fisney thing.
All right.
It didn't come out with the letters inverted.
Oh.
And about time he realized that's what he was saying, he stopped like right at the end of the word, and you could just see his mouth. He's like, up, 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 up. Like, I did not mean to say that word. And it's literally, that's one of the dangers of doing those inverted terms where you're talking about something and you're switching letters to prevent swearing, is it's really easy to accidentally say it the right way, you know?
Sure.
And I laughed so hard that day, but you know, it's an accident. It's not like he was trying to do it.
Right.
Doesn't mean I didn't laugh for how much crap he's given me about my mouth, but no, he's a sweetheart. But I remember the time he came to jump on my stream and hang out with me, and he hopped in, and I didn't think he was going to take the link. He hadn't responded for a while, and I got into a tirade, and about time he came in, I had a banner going with about 5 different things named, and it was saying, fuck this, fuck this, fuck this. And I had a giant post up on the screen that said, fuck Disney, and I was tirading about them, and all of a sudden I see him backstage. It's like, shit. You ever had that, oh, fuck moment? That was it. And I said, hi. And he goes, I see you're in rare form today. It's like, not really, but hi. I guess that's the funny part, right?
Yep.
Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here plugging through things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are there any K's up there? I don't see any, don't see any. So just a few right down here. Okay, so pull you back. Don't mind the little bit of noise it's gonna make.
No, you're good.
But yeah, it's like, yeah, I know what I'm like. I remember one day I was getting into it, arguing with him on taste and food and movies and stuff, and he starts saying that basically that I'm being evil and I need an exorcism at one point because I was really tormenting him. And I just respond back, I'm not Catholic. You can't save me. And I could just see his face like, what did she just say? Like, oh, yeah. I don't necessarily agree with Catholic stuff. In fact, there's a lot of the doctrine I have a lot of issues with. But that said, as long as they're respectful and nice people, I'm still friends with them, especially since a lot of my family is Catholic. So there's that little thing, you know?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
All right. So that.
Are you getting tired?
I'm kind of in a state of semi-constantly tired. I have a weird schedule. I'm often up late, and I'm often a night owl.
I usually am, so.
Oh, I got to let me resume that the stream where he's talking about what he's thinking of putting in the boomerang box.
Just to remind you, my birthday's next month.
If I can think of something cool and if I can afford to do something, then I will. No guarantees, but if I can make something happen.
Yeah, I know. I gripe because I am very used to being forgotten on that day. And it does make me a little bit of an attention whore when it comes around every year.
Yeah, I've I guess luckily never experienced that myself because I'm November 15th. So it's like still some distance before Thanksgiving. Whereas my mother, she was closer to Thanksgiving. I mean, we still always celebrated her birthday anyway.
I mean, I have a brother whose birthday will land on Father's Day quite often.
Oh, man.
And my other brother's birthday is Inauguration Day.
It's what?
Inauguration.
Oh, inauguration.
Then I have somebody who's a brother to me whose birthday is Tax Day.
Oh, my gosh.
I keep telling him it's so appropriate that his birthday is a day of national terror. What the hell was... Okay, that was an interesting situation. I'm not that close to the road, and this house is very solid. The guy that just drove by had so much bass going, it actually shook one of my diamond darts off of the windowsill.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
Which is why I turned my mic really down low, quiet for a moment, because I started feeling it before I heard it. I'm like, well, that's interesting, and now I'm going to need that picked up before I can actually get up. Because it's behind the legs of the table that's pulled in close to me. So I guess when I get up, I have to bug my husband and wake him up. Because I don't want to accidentally damage that thing.
Gotcha.
I don't know why I decided when I decided I need to do one of these to start working on one of the bigger ones first. A little bit crazy, right? You know what's crazy is that I have one here that is almost 110 centimeters long. That's a really big, fancy one. That is fucking square drills. I know that thing's going to be a ginormous pain in the ass to put together. You know?
It's going to be a challenge for sure.
But
it'll be worth it when it's done.
Yeah. I like a good challenge. As long as it's well done.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. So because I don't know if much of anyone's actually on tonight that I was seeing. Most of the people I usually hang out with are not on tonight.
Or is it that they're not on this late?
No, I got a lot of people who do night streams that I hang out with when I get bored. Okay, I'll double check. Because there's no miss to that. That looks good. I will get this thing done.
Nice.
The next color is going to be interesting to work on.
Why?
Because the next color on the chart is the freaking white. So it's the big areas.
So the way they're listed on the side represents the order to which you work on them? The colors?
Yeah, I just go through the list. Each time I do a new section, I just go through the list and check for each color one by one. I'm very OCD. Most of my stuff is very logical and progressive in how it works. Stage by stage by stage by stage, you know? Okay, first check there. Okay. Put that one aside. Where's the big tool? Let's save a little time here. Just a little OCD, right? But it works. So, how do you handle the transition time between Halloween towards Christmas? There's always the arguments from people, how quickly do you get into Christmas after Halloween? How long do you get into each holiday kind of thing?
Well, I don't celebrate Halloween near as much as I used to as a kid. And when I did celebrate it, it was mostly, if possible, if there was any kind of party I was able to participate in, which wasn't much, then I would dress up. But I celebrated things like more Thanksgiving and Christmas more than I ever did Halloween, I'd say. And when I was married, it was one of those things, we had so many decorations that we would start before Halloween in decorations because we just had so much. And for a while, I tried to get into, decorating the outside of the exterior of the house. And I did some, but climbing up and down ladders and stuff got kind of annoying over time.
Maybe it's because I grew up in the mountains. I just never liked doing all the outside stuff because it was always more work than it was worth.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
But when it comes to interior stuff, I love Halloween. But that's also because I am the gothic girl. I love the dark cultures and mythology and stuff. So it always appealed to me.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it's that time of the year I don't have to deal with a million comments from people about what season it's not now and looking satanic or being a witch or shit like that when I'm a member of a church board, for crap's sake. And so I always had kind of a draw towards Halloween. But I love my Christmas and I love doing stuff. And I will sit there and put all these trees up all over the house empty the day after Halloween. And I will fill them over the next couple months with things that I give away to everybody for gifts that I make over the time period while they're up.
That's interesting.
But remember, I'm just that bitch, right?
I know some people who have like Christmas trees year round, and then as the seasons change and there's new holidays, then there are actually Christmas trees themed for that holiday, like an Easter Christmas tree.
My pastor, she loves doing that stuff, and at that I roll my eyes. But again, if that's just her personal taste, and if she enjoys it and it gives her some peace and comfort,
Yeah,
then do it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I know this one's going to be a little while because there's a lot of beads to fill in.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I won't have a lot left in this big open section after that because I've gone through most of the small colors already.
Now, speaking of Christmas, what we do is we'd have several rooms decorated. We have a table laid out, one of those collapsible tables, and it would have it'll have hold on just a second, I'm trying to focus on something. It would have those fake snowballs on the table and
The snow globes
no actual
or
fake
the
snowballs.
actual okay.
Fake snowballs made of the like puffy stuff that were like giant cotton ball kind of things.
Ah.
And then we'd have every Hallmark would make a musical snowman kind of thing that would sing every year. And we
My dad
collected-
collects all the Christmas Coca-Cola bears.
Oh, right.
He's got a bunch of the different ones that sing and dance. He's even got ones on that are ornaments that sing and dance on the tree when you press the button.
Yeah, so we'd collect those and then lay them out on the table. That way, whenever you wanted to, you could press the button to play them all at once.
See, my dad is kind of naturally built for a grandfather because he loves collecting some of the most over-the-top, cheesy, corny, or over hyperactive toys. And so he gets the things that sing and dance and perform. He's got I gave him one year because I had to, because it was it wasn't just a talking minion doll. It's if you literally press the button in its mouth a few times and then press the other button, it actually will do different performing farts. Because you fed it and now it needs to fart.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Oh God, my nieces and nephews love playing with that thing. Kids find that hilarious.
Oh yeah, I know. They're really big into fart jokes. There was this thing we got one year where you set it on like the toilet tank in the bathroom, and then whenever you go inside to use the restroom, whenever you have guests who go inside, then you'd hear it would startle them because it would be motion sensitive, and it would basically be like Santa in an outhouse making comments and stuff.
See, I remember my grandpa. Oh my God, my grandmother hated those stupid singing fish he collected. My grandpa was the weirdest guy because he was like, in a lot of ways, he was that redneck fisherman. In a lot of ways, he was that veteran military guy who was still working with military stuff. But there was that other side of him where he was really into color theory and art and literature and opera and stuff. So he was very much a weird Renaissance man, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But he loved those things. He loved harmless but over-the-top practical joke style jokes.
Mm-hmm.
And she hated those singing fish, so he would hide them out of sight where she couldn't see them easily, but they would still read her as she went through the doorways.
Oh dear.
So that she'd be walking through the room and all of a sudden they'd turn on and she couldn't find it to turn it off.
Oh my God.
I mean, his goal in life, I swear, was to have her scream, "Frank!" at him. And then he'd beam ear to ear and start laughing.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, they were together before she passed away 46 years.
Damn.
So something worked even though they drove each other nuts, right?
Well, as much as she might scream his name, I bet deep down it was hilarious to her.
Some of it, and some of it was maybe she didn't like every joke, but she still loved him, and at least he was being playful instead of angry, you know?
Yeah, and you know,
but
the thing that everyone seems to emphasize is laughter.
Do you know those glasses they make for elderly drivers?
Not sure which one.
There's a specific glasses they make for elderly drivers where if your head drops down, they set off an alarm.
Oh, all right. Yeah, those. All right. Yep.
My grandfather got a pair back when we still had him around, and he did not use them for driving. He bought a pair, and he went down to his favorite diner.
Uh-huh.
That should be the robot going warning, warning right there, right?
Uh-huh.
And he sat there in the back of the diner and watched the crowds and watched it get busy. And right when everybody was running everywhere and everyone was talking and clinking and nobody was paying any attention, he'd get this big old smile on his face and then just drop his head and watch everyone freak out. And my mom remembers watching him do this one day, and as soon as he did it and the alarms started going off, you could hear from the kitchen, "Frank, damn it, behave out there!"
They were used to his antics.
Yes. We did these pictures a few years ago, actually, just a couple years before he passed here. And we got everyone we could from his kids, grandkids, and great grandkids together to do generation photos with him. And Grandpa showed up to take the pictures in a t-shirt that said, "Who the hell are all of these people and why are they calling me Grandpa?"
That's funny.
He was special.
Sure.
But I remember when we had the funeral, we had the entire town lined up down the street saluting as we took him out to the funeral, out to the cemetery. I remember that church completely packed with people sitting in the lawn trying to listen to the service. Because it was Grandpa. Everyone knew him. And we sat there and we went through things, and he was a Korean vet. And when he got out of Korea, he worked for a while as a sergeant, and then he worked as a drill sergeant, then he worked as an officer. Then he moved to doing Army Corps and started actually building dams and spillways and helping rebuild towns that got damaged by different things and stuff like that. When he got old enough, he was having trouble doing that stuff anymore. He moved into working in veteran services, still as an officer. And when they forced him to retire because he was well beyond the age they were supposed to at that point, and they kept delaying because they didn't want to get rid of him, basically. When they forced him to retire, he started working full-time as a volunteer for veteran services. And we figured it out. We went over things, and in some capacity or another, by the time he passed away, he had served over 70 years of his life.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that respect.
Grandpa was special. And he liked taking care of people. And I still have a bullet casing in my purse. That I've had for over 2 years since his funeral. I got it from the military after the 21 gun salute from it.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Man, that alone just makes me tear up. 21 gun salute.
Yeah, and I've kept that in my purse ever since. As my little connection to him.
Sure.
But there was all these things about Grandpa, and he was that person nobody forgot. He was crazy, he was zany, but he was also one of the biggest hearts. And I'm sitting there going, it's been a couple of years, and I don't even look forward to the season as much as I used to with him, because he was the one who always held the family Christmas parties. He was the one who always dragged people together. He was the one who always got people involved with each other. He was the one who always pushed things. And when he was alive, I was doing where all the door stuff we gave away to everyone in the family, half of the gifts we gave away during the little gift games and stuff at the parties, I made. There were years I would give away 400 to 600 different little items because we have a massive family and we had all these different points of giving stuff away during the party. And I remember all the time years making the stuff for his party, and Grandpa sneaking extra ones every time he got the stuff from the giveaways. My aunts fighting over who were going to get the jewelry sets that I donated to the main part, the gift games. And I remember all that.
Yeah, good memories.
I miss it a bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like we had, ever since we got Jazzy, when she was a kitten, back when me and my husband were dating, she loved Christmas lights to the point where she would go with us on drives to go look at Christmas lights, and she'd sit on our lap and watch the lights go by and purr and wag and admire them. And that was a part of our tradition. And last year was the first Christmas that we didn't have her to do that.
Oh, yeah.
And we didn't even really want to go do the lights because our entire relationship, every time we did those together, it was the three of us, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And it just felt weird. Now, again, we lost her right before the holiday season last year, so it was unfortunately not the best timing in the world, but she was almost 17 and had freaking kidney issues and cancer, so it's not like it was unexpected.
Mm-hmm.
I'd hoped we'd have her a little longer, but she had a sudden seizure and stroke, and because of it, and then she was gone. But I mean, the day she passed away, she got her, because she liked taking baths ever since she got about 12 years old and got arthritic. And she would swim around in the water and purr because it felt good on her legs and muscles.
Oh, sure.
And so we'd given her her big long bath and scrubbed her clean and given her treat food and everything else, and then she just passed away on us.
Oh my gosh.
And she was happy up until she passed away. But as bad and as heartbreaking as it was that she just suddenly passed away like that, at the same time, at least her last day was good.
Sure. You know it.
And I mean, that's something, right?
Mm-hmm. Pretty cool. Yeah, I still miss my cat and my dog.
Gamma was the one that broke my heart because she passed away while I was back home helping take care of my family. So my husband was here with her. I wasn't.
Mm.
And she was my baby. She was Jazzy's daughter. So, yeah, I mean, that one broke my heart because I couldn't be there and see her that last time. So now I've got Ornery and Athena, who absolutely adore me, but can't stand each other because they don't want to share my attention. And fight a lot. But if I'm feeling sick and I lay down in my recliner, I can be there about 30 seconds and I have both of them on me, laying on me, nuzzling me.
That's cool.
Because they love me.
Animals now. They got this sense about them. They know when something is up.
I've always been close to animals. I've always had a special bond with them. I don't know. And I know some people think that that's silly to say, but it's true. And even among my family that's more outdoorsy, even among the native side where we grew up in the mountains and it's very tribal culture and stuff, I am more tied to nature and animals than most of the family. The only person I know in the family who has the same draw with animals that I do, that they just love them to pieces and they just always want to be on them, is my dad. I remember helping my family out a few years ago because my mom fell on Christmas Eve a few years ago, and that's when she dislocated both shoulders and broke the ball joint in one. Yeah, that'll make things really fun, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I was back helping out for a while because, well, yeah, that's what you do when you're in that situation. You help each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, that's how I became a photographer too, because my mom gave me my first nice camera for my photography for staying for a few months and taking care of them and paying for a lot of the stuff she needed for her medical.
Right.
So that's what literally started my photography. Which is kind of an interesting, ironic thing in some ways, you know? But, so I stayed with them for a while. Well, my dad has muscular dystrophy severely. He's on a walker, so while he still pushes himself to do crazy and outdoorsy stuff, he can't lift things for everybody or do that kind of stuff. And my mom was in that brace and couldn't use her arms at all, and he couldn't take care of her or do the stuff that she needed. And yeah, I'll admit I did some stuff that was very demeaning jobs and very disgusting jobs helping take care of her physically in that time. And I don't care. It's family. That's what you do. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But so I went back to help take care of them because who else is going to lift everything, move everything, take care of the household and stuff while they're in that position? Who else is going to be able to? And we got massive downpour snow. We got buried. Well, my parents have a house out in the mountains. Of course, we got buried in snow when I'm helping take care of them in January, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have to be able to get in and out, especially while she was going through a lot of doctor's visits and physical therapy on the shoulders and stuff like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I start shoveling. And you know how when you're bending over much, if your jacket's not quite long enough, it'll pull up at the back as you're doing stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Same way that a short shirt will, right?
Yeah.
I had a short jacket. I mean, I'm a mountain girl. I don't get cold easy, and that was all I could find. Most shirts are not long enough for me because I have quite actually a long body, you know?
All right.
It wasn't bothering me much, but every so often the jacket would pull up, so the little spot at the small of my back where I got trampled would actually stick out in the cold air every so often, right?
All right.
Because the jacket and shirt would just pull up as you're bending to do stuff. And one of the times that happened, and I'm bent over shoveling, and suddenly I feel something extremely cold against my back. I had a fucking buck nuzzling my back.
Hmm.
I mean, full antlers and all, buck nuzzling me. It was one of the weirdest. It was one of the weirdest moments.
That's interesting.
Which I guess could be comparable to the freaking rhino doing the mating call at me when we were at the zoo a couple weeks ago.
No,
And
so
nuzzling the fence next to me.
So they're into you.
I was like, I don't know why animals are so fucking drawn to me, but it gets kind of weird sometimes. You know?
To mate. Yes.
Pretty Boy, the elk family I go visit. I've told you about Pretty Boy before.
I think you have.
That's the elk at the habitat up near where I took the eagle photos the first time.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
He's protective of me. In other words, if anyone else comes near me while I'm at his fence, he wants to bash him with his antlers.
Yeah.
And he nuzzles at the fence and shows off his babies. So he likes me. The Swan family likes me. They come up and nuzzle at me and hang out with me when I go visit them over at the cemetery pond.
So how do you swans become like sociable, or I mean, how did they get into you?
Well, I mean, I spend a lot of time there taking photos of them anyway, so they got used to me. But
okay.
they got pretty used to me really quick, and they were friendly to me relatively quickly, especially considering they still sometimes will bite their handlers, and they've never been aggressive to me ever. But they like me, but it goes a little bit deeper than that. One sec, let me deal with something, and then I'll unmute and tell you this.
Yeah.
Sorry, seasonal allergies are at the pit sometimes.
No problem.
So one night I was kind of having this feeling I needed to get up and go do something. Now we were having a thunderstorm. This was the first summer that I was hanging out with those swans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just kept having this feeling to go check what's going on, go see them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So eventually I did. I headed over there, and this was in the middle of a downpouring torrential storm at almost midnight. And when I get there, their pond is so flooded that it's gone completely up the banks, and it's actually pouring out into the streets of the cemetery. Which was interestingly enough, because their pond is nowhere near the height of the rest of that area. But the all good part of it was that there was this there's this little point where the little stream meets their pond, which is how they get the fish and the other stuff that they get, you know?
Okay.
There's a little local stream that runs into their pond. At the point where that is, the fencing had actually broken from a tree branch falling and hitting it.
Right.
It had broken just enough that the babies had gotten out, but the parents couldn't.
Oh, okay. Exactly.
So the babies were outside in the weather, scared as hell. They were about a month old at that time, so just starting to get a bit bigger, but still very skittish little kids at that time.
Uh-huh.
And Mama was just inside the fence, staring at them, crying, trying to figure out how to get to them. So I freaking herded the freaking cygnets back into the fence, and then took the wires I had in the car along with the fence pieces that were there and the tree branch that hit them, and rebuilt the siding enough that it would hold until the morning when they could repair it. And then called it into them to get the repair crew ordered to get there and fix the fence. So I got her babies back and then made sure they were not getting out again.
Mm-hmm.
By the time I left that night, she was against the fence, rubbing on my arm, nuzzling me. I rescued her babies.
Yeah.
And ever since then, and it's been like 3 years now, about, ever since then, that's it. I'm her human. Every year when I come back to do the photos, she greets me with the emphatic greeting. And they love on me.
That's cool.
So that was how I got so close to them. And I mean, they were very friendly to me anyways from the beginning, compared to how they are with most people. But that's what made it to the point where they actually treat me almost like I'm part of their family when they see me, you know?
Right. Yeah, it's just like whenever I've seen swans, they've always kept their distance and stuff. But
I remember a couple swans that got into the lake over in Rapid City, over in Canyon Lake.
Mm-hmm.
And they were very aggressive. And there was this couple that, you know, you're not supposed to feed birds, but some people still do, right?
Yeah.
And there's this couple that had this little bag of bird. It was at least bird feed, and they were feeding the geese. And the swan couple came up, and one of them went in front of them and started fanning its wings, and really looked like it was showing off almost.
Yeah.
And the other one went up behind them. And just as they were focusing on the one, the other one bit the husband or boyfriend of this couple right in the ass.
Oh my gosh.
And as they started jumping and panicking, the one that was fanning and showing off ripped the bag of food out of their hands, and they flew off together with it chirping. Me and my husband, my at the time fiance, this was just before our wedding. We watched this happen, and then we went, did we just watch the swans mug them?
One was a distraction.
It's like, hi, look at me. Aren't I beautiful?
Yes. It is so funny.
And it was just that moment of we both just sat there looking at each other like, we did not just really see that, did we? Okay. I do remember, I don't know what it was with this woman. You ever meet somebody and they just instantly make your something feels wrong that you can't trust them because it's just this ick feeling when you get close to them?
Well, that kind of stuff doesn't really happen to me because I guess I'm dense. I know people who have that ability to sense it.
I've had that feeling with people, both good and bad. When I get those feelings, they've always been right. But I don't get those feelings with most people. It's only really, really extreme on one side or the other people, you know?
Right.
This woman that was down there at the Swans one day was giving me that feeling. And they didn't seem to like her, but there wasn't anything she was doing that necessarily should strike anything that the Swans would be upset with her or shouldn't give me warning. She just didn't feel right.
Right.
And the Swans were kind of acting edgy and uncomfortable around her and stuff. And then she stepped closer to me, and the father pulled back and let out the most horrible honk and then bit her hand when she got close to me. I just remember looking, going, and that was when she left. And I'm like, and as soon as she left, he just sat down beside me and started relaxing and eating the grass right beside me. And I'm like, what was that? And he just looks at me like, what? I didn't like her either, right? But it was just this absolutely, he was aggressive, he attacked her, and then the second she was gone, he was happy and relaxed, and it was just this moment of wow. But again, they have the fence for a reason. They tell you they're not responsible if you touch the fence or get too close to it, because swans do bite. You know? They warn you.
Yeah, makes sense.
But I just remember watching that going, what in the hell was wrong with this woman that she didn't just give me that feeling, but obviously she gave the swans that feeling too. You know? Yeah, see, this color's taking forever, but you can actually see this whole section down here is almost filled in now. There's only a couple little colors left to do.
Oh my gosh, wow.
It takes a while, though.
Oh, yeah. Obviously.
That chunk of white I just did is a lot of beads.
Is it possible to screw those up? Like, can you find yourself in a position where you've actually run out of the color of the bead you need?
It doesn't happen often because most of the companies do what they call the 30% overage.
Oh, okay.
Where they send 30% extra beyond what they think should be needed. They just basically, they figure out the weight to the amount they would actually need, and then they'll add about 30% more of the weight.
Right.
It can happen if you spill the beads, or if you screw up and have to pull a lot off, or if you get a really bad batch, but that's really rare to happen. Oh, one of the girls in one of the diamond art groups I'm in, her pets got into hers. They managed to break into the room that she does it in.
Oh, no.
She showed the picture, and they knocked and spilled about 40 different giant jars of colors together onto the floor.
Oh, no.
And mixed them together. And she's showing it to people, and we're all saying the same thing. It's not even worth your time to sort that. Just order replacements. Trust me. Because the replacements are not that expensive, but trying to sort that, you're talking about weeks and weeks to sort that.
Oh boy, that would be insane.
And we're all like, just order replacement beads. Here's some cheap discount links for doing it. It's like, yeah, don't even try. Oof.
I wonder how many projects you could make by using the ones that excuse me, by using the multicolored mix.
Oh, I don't know. I just know that I looked at that, and my OCD side and my Diamond Art Girl side looked at that picture she showed to the group and cringed up and down. It was this absolute moment of, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Looking at that picture. And she's like, what do I do? And we're all like, don't even try to fix that. And it's also that they knocked this down and spilled them, and they were mixed together, half ground into the carpet and stuff. It's like the work should have been to even try to get them out in order to try to sort them. We're just like, she's like, what would you guys do? And we're all like, honestly, vacuum cleaner, start over, order replacements. Because that was where we were all like, but it's like one of those things when you see it happen, you're like, oof.
Yeah.
I remember I spent this time a while back painting this fairy statue. And I mean, I spent time blending and shading and detailing and the dress, and had the sparkling wings with all these glitter effects, so it almost looked translucent even though it was the actual statue. And all this other stuff. And I spent all this time, and I put it up really high, locked up in my art room. Well, when I was painting it, Jazzy had been very aggressively trying to get my attention. She wanted me to stop and pet her. I didn't feel like stopping to pet her. I could have killed that cat that day. She waited for us to leave to go run our errands that night. And because Jazzy would open and close doors. So she opened the door to the art room, went in, climbed the shelves, found the top shelf where that was, kicked it off so hard she snapped the wings off the statue, and then rubbed her fur onto the broken wings on the floor as if to mark what she did. It was an absolutely fuck you for not giving that attention to me. I'm going to fuck it up.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
And we come home and we look at that and go, Jazzy, and she walks over, struts over next to it, looks at it like, yep, I did that. And just starts looking at us like, so what? I was like, you evil shithead. You evil little shit.
Oh, by golly.
Jazzy was interesting. She's one of the smartest cats I'd ever seen. She could do so many things no cat should be able to do. I remember that, you know how you got your check when you leave the house. Make sure you have your keys, make sure you have your wallet, all this stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
We had one day Steve was trying to get to work for a meeting, and no matter what he did, he could not find either of our key sets. They were both not with our stuff where we kept them. Mine was somehow not in my purse pocket. I kept them in the outside open pocket I had on that purse at the time. And his was gone from the hook where he keeps it on by the door, right? This is interesting enough. After that, we start searching the house, and we cannot find either key set. This is like driving us both absolutely insane, right?
Mm-hmm.
So back and forth, we're searching all over this house. And so I'm checking one room. I see my husband leave the bedroom. Now, in this house, I'm sitting here in the living room. I'm beside the dining room and kitchen. We have a long hallway down where we pass his office, the bathroom, and then the two end rooms are my art room and the bedroom, right?
Yeah.
And I was coming out of what's his office, which is kitty corner to where the bedroom was. As soon as he comes out of the bedroom, I'm standing in this doorway. He walks down the hall. I watch her walk over, stick her head out of what's now my art room, and watch him go down the hall. As soon as he's down the hall and away from her, she turns around, picks up. I hear a jingle. She is carrying from one room to the other both sets of keys into the room he just searched. He was moving them from room to room, hiding them from us.
That is hilarious.
She liked to headbang. The day that I was listening to speed metal, and she actually ended up conking her head on the bay window because she started headbanging too fast. She was an interesting kitty. But yeah, I literally caught her and I watch her as she goes into the bedroom carrying these keys, looks around for what he was searching through and stuff, and then goes over and tucks them into stuff, hiding them up against the bed. About that time, she's tucked one set in, she's picking up the other to tuck it in there, and she looks up and sees me with it, and she's like, oh, crap. You can just see it in her eyes that, oh, fuck, look. I'm like, so where are our keys? And she just hangs her head like, oh, shit. Steve! And he comes in. She's just sitting there looking at him with the most innocent big eyes that she could manage to muster. Like, you love me? Please remember you love me, right? And luckily he managed to make the meeting, but I'm talking about by seconds. He got there for the meeting. It's like, that cat some days. But that's, I think, part of why we miss her too, is because she had a lot of personality and a lot of intelligence.
Sounds like it. My golly.
She had a game she came up with. This was her favorite game for a long time, and we decided to call it Whack-A-Kitten. Now, the reason we called it Whack-A-Kitten was because we have this giant cat tower, and it's got this section at the bottom they can hang out in, and then it has like the little half crescent, semi-open cat bed tiers, several points up it, and then big high top at the top with an actual little castle with a big hole, and then two little crescents to lay on in the top of the castle's roof, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is one that they have a lot of places to choose from to lay on or climb on. Jazzy would climb up to the closest crescent to the actual top of the tower. She would lay down in it, and she would go as low as she can and then pull herself back as far from vision as she could. So she could barely see that she was there unless she got close, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she would lay there for hours and wait for Ornery. Ornery is the dumbest cat I have ever known. She likes to sit in the window and threaten eagles. I wish I was kidding. Context. She tried to strangle herself the other night by trying to eat a freaking elastic hair tie. You know the extra long ones used for like headband hair tie combo?
Mm-hmm.
She tried to eat it and started choking on it. I took it away and she went and found another one and tried to eat that one.
Must have been hungry.
No, she's just stupid. She's very stupid, and she has no survival instinct whatsoever. And I say that as somebody who loves her to death. She's my sweetheart. I don't want her to get hurt, which is why we keep having to find new ways to cat-proof this house with her. Ornery is dumb. So Ornery would come in, and she doesn't like to climb things. She's very good jumper. She's very good at that stuff, and she would love to just jump from the floor to the very top on top of the castle and then lay down on the top of it, right?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Jazzy knew this. Jazzy would wait there. As soon as Ornery jumped to go up to the ceiling of the thing, Right as she got close to Jazzy, Jazzy would pop out and hit her in the head and knock her to the floor. Ornery was so stupid, this would happen. She'd hit the floor, she'd get up, shake off, and try to jump again and get hit again. She didn't change her approach. She would do this over and over and over, and Jazzy would hit her every time. This was Jazzy's favorite game for a long time. Anytime I go in the room, Jazzy, why are you there again? And no, I know. You're waiting. She loved to beat up the kitten. But it was an interesting game, that's for sure. And after a while, I'd get feeling sorry for Ornery, so I'd pick her up and put her on the top of the tower, and then Jazzy would pout at me. Like, you just ruined my fun. Not fair. Foul, foul, right?
Kind of like a Garfield and Odie relationship.
Kind of. Which is really funny because I got in a weird mood lately and I've been spending a lot of time dealing with kids. So I've been rewatching the old Garfield and Friends with them.
Oh.
Because I actually have that, Top Cat, and a bunch of the old cartoons on DVD.
Oh my gosh, Top Cat.
I have the Pearls of Penelope Pit Stop, the entire series. And Wacky Racers and Hong Kong Phooey, which would offend how many people today?
Too many, unfortunately.
Let's just say it this way. You're Asian. Does it offend you?
Oh, no. I used to watch it myself.
Yeah. Do you know, I remember, if you remember the whole Underdog and Rocky and Bullwinkle era, do you remember Go-Go Gophers from the excerpts on those?
This sounds familiar.
It was the little gophers that were stand-ins for Indians on the Old West stuff.
No. I think I know what you're talking about now.
There were so many native jokes on that. But my dad loved that because as hyper and as many stereotypes as were on them, they were smart and they outwitted the other guys all the time. And he said, as he said, in an era where they didn't have any decent portrayal of Indians yet, yeah, they may have been cliches, but they were smart. Same reason why he loved F Troop. And that, by the way, those kind of Indian jokes is why the freaking movie for Dudley Do-Right was panned by the critics, even though they loved the version of George of the Jungle that he did the year before. And they were both done the same way. But Dudley Do-Right used a lot of the native jokes in it. And did a lot of the F Troop-like stuff, including the we're not really Indians, we're faking it so we can con people and stuff like that and things in the jokes and stuff. And yeah, guess what? It was funny. So what?
Yeah, people gotta stop being asked for.
It's like, I always look at this. Every time somebody says something's offensive on native culture, I look at my family and I check what's going on with it. Most of that stuff, my family loves to fucking pieces. But yeah, my dad, he always loved all those different native spoofs and stuff like that. F Troop was interesting because, yeah, they were a bunch of con artists, but they were still always outwitting the army guys, you know?
F Troop sounds familiar, but I don't know if I
60s TV series with Ken Berry. The guy who accidentally helped win the Civil War by sneezing and accidentally sending his troops into the battle. Yeah.
Okay, so that goes.
Basically, he was one of the worst military personnel ever, and basically got in charge of one of the worst military bases ever because he got a medal for something he didn't intentionally do because he sneezed.
Holy cow. Been going at it for 5 hours.
Look at how much more full this is starting to look from when I got here.
I'm going to zoom in on you.
You can see most of this down here is actually getting full.
Ooh, wow. Holy moly.
It takes a lot of work, but it definitely, you can, if you look at the streams I've been hopping on while I've been doing it, you don't see the progress much while I'm doing it. But when you look at like where I was at when I got there an hour before and where I was at when I leave, you can see massive progress.
Yeah.
Every so often, this tool just doesn't want to pick it up correctly.
I was going to say, you use a little tool, not your fingers.
Yeah, there's tools. This would be almost pretty much impossible to try to get fingers to align it this perfectly. Like, my husband's been rewatching Becker, and we saw one of the early episodes from the first season, and I'm trying to imagine them making it now.
Right.
Because Becker was offensive anyways. It was part of the point of him was that he offends everybody, you know?
Uh-huh.
But there's one of the episodes where this reporter takes him out of context to actually write a story calling him racist.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes on a tirade about people being crybabies and reading race and things into things when it was never said and never there. And the end of the story of it, one of the big takeaways of it was them figuring out that the guy who was actually seeing race in everything was the guy who wrote the story. They actually figured out that he was inserting race into things that didn't even have a race tied to it because he automatically was stereotyping people that way.
Oh, yeah.
Make that episode now, right?
That's typically how it works.
And there's one point in the episode where the guy's telling him, of course you maligned a black man, you maligned a blind man, and he goes, wait a minute. The black man and the blind man are the same man. You can't count him twice.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're not helping your case there, right? Because when he makes that comment, he's on the radio show when he makes this comment, and they pan over to where his friends are sitting in this diner where he hangs out, and it's, of course, the diner owner and that black blind man sitting there going, and she's looking at him going, wow, remind me again, why is he my friend?
Yeah.
But I mean, the fuck it all. I mean, half of the series is him playing jokes on the guy because he's blind and he can torment him.
Right. Did that have Ted Danson in it? I'm trying to remember.
Yep, he was Becker.
Was that?
Yep, he was Becker.
Okay.
It was the show that Terry Farrell left DS9 for, and she didn't want to leave. She wanted to take a reduced scripting. In other words, be pulled back in several episodes to have less filming days because she wanted to be able to do both. And they told her like 2 days before they started filming that they're going to kill her character off.
Oh, jeez.
So, and then they blamed her for it and said she was unwilling to work with them, and that wasn't what happened at all.
What a bummer.
And that bothers me so much because A, I love Star Trek, B, I love DS9 and stuff, but it's a black spot because they took it out on her because she wanted to try to work with a couple projects.
Right. Yep.
There was well, it's the same thing with Last Man Standing is
Yeah.
people that made all these stories claiming that Molly Ephraim was out to get Tim and hated him because he's conservative and she's liberal and that's why she quit the show. And no, the show was canceled for a year. She took 6 contracts that she had to live up to in the next 2 years before they got picked back up again. She couldn't do it. So they replaced her character. She was never hostile to him. Just because she's liberal doesn't mean she's automatically trash.
Right.
And it was not fair to malign her for the fact that she already had other jobs and couldn't just come back.
Yeah, you gotta follow through with your commitments.
Yeah. As far as she knew, that show was over. That had been most of her early career, was that show. So now she was moving on to do other stuff. That was one of the times I got disgusted with the right, because they made it out to be she's just this insecure, selfish liberal who's an ingrate for all Tim did for her, and that no, she wasn't. No, she wasn't at all, and she didn't deserve to be maligned like that, you know? Those are the things. Why can't people just be honest on their sides? Whatever side you're on, whatever discussion or thread you're on, be honest about it. It's like this thread that I found on Twitter earlier where they're trying to tell people that you can't care about people and pray for their souls and be Christian if you're never Trump for some reason. It's like, well, why? That had to do with disagreeing with him politically and socially and not wanting to support his politics. That had zero to do with him as a person or whether or not you pray for him or want good to happen to him. I mean, whether you're pro or anti him, be honest about the discussion. Don't lie about your opposition, you know? I can't stand the lies. I don't care which side it is, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I can't stand the personal attacks if we don't like what you think.
Yeah, the whole cancel culture is garbage.
On both sides. It's absolute garbage. And unfortunately, despite what they claim, both sides are doing it. I would rather have friends of different points of view and actually have to defend my points of view and actually have debates than have a bunch of yes men around me.
Right.
Now let's go back to where this conversation came in. Let's go back to rewatching the old Garfield show. You remember the Buddy Bears?
Not very well, although I think it was probably a bear similar, kind of like a take on the 3 Goldilocks and the 3 Bears.
No. They did an episode that did that, but that's not what the Buddy Bears were. The Buddy Bears were actually designed as a spoof of extremist groupthink and to mock things like let's all get along and Care Bears and stuff for being too basically communistic.
This was a Garfield thing?
Yes, this was in the show Garfield and Friends. And part of the freaking theme song of these bears was if you ever disagree, it means that you were wrong.
Huh.
And they were a joke. They were made as a joke, saying that this viewpoint is wrong. They had the main characters go off yelling at people, always think for yourself. Do not just go along with the crowd and stuff. And they were warning of this is bad thing. This is peer pressure. This is what not to be. Where's that now even in a kid's cartoon? Right?
Oh, yeah, now I'm remembering. All right, yeah, because Garfield and Friends, it didn't have a lot of Garfield. It had mostly his friends.
There was a segment at the beginning and at the end that was based on Garfield or John Odie, that section.
Yeah.
In the middle, they had they always had the farm animals and stuff. And
yeah,
they had the little skits around. And the Buddy Bears showed up the first time as a fill-in for when Binky got canceled, and then they just started showing up everywhere, and they were always in holy crap, don't be like these people thing.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Now it rings a bell.
But I miss, this is why I miss a lot of the old things. You could do things like that without being propaganda. And again, the whole point of them wasn't to try to make people think a certain way. It was just, or that this political side or that political side is bad. It was to say, don't go into groupthink.
Yep. Yep.
Don't go into, I have to agree. And one of them is them trying to get paid for a job Garfield hired him for, and him convincing him, I already paid you. No money here. You mean you disagree? No, we never disagree. Great, then you agree that I paid you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a warning, right? But I mean, it was an accurate portrayal of what would happen with people like that, isn't it?
Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oops.
I think I'm going to lose my mind by the end of the night. I have to deal with some very serious stuff tomorrow, and I always, anytime I have to be in the car much, or I have to deal with doctors, or I have to deal with any of that kind of stuff, I don't sleep well the night before.
Oh. Yeah, it's not a pleasant experience. That's for sure.
Well, plus, we all know that I have anxiety issues anyways, so hey. Sparkle, sparkle.
There's a rebel, yeah. Like a rebel, yeah. Yeah. I don't know what the deal is, but like when I'm inking with these Pigma microns, and then I don't remember this happening previously, but I'll ink with them, and then I'll run the eraser over it to erase all the pencil. And now it seems like the pencil's getting extra smeary. And it kind of fades some of the ink, so I have to re-ink it. I'm not quite sure what's going on.
No, this is going to be one of those nights, I have a feeling.
What, where you can't get to sleep?
And my anxieties are through the roof.
Is there something you can do for anxiety, like naturopathic? Because I thought things like, oh shoot, what is that green spice or herb? Mint. If you slowly inhale a sachet, a mint or something. I think that's supposed to calm you, if I remember. And like if you take, is it melanin or melatonin, or it's supposed to be a natural sleep aid, that kind of stuff. Did I lose you?
No, I'm just trying to think
Oh.
a sec.
All right. You know what? I want to listen to more of that. I forgot I still had that thing up where he was talking about the boomerang box. I wanted to try and finish listening to what he planned on putting in, and then there's actually a second video where he tells you what he did put in the box. So let's see. It's over here, I think.
Hello.
Whoa, it went to the beginning? Oh, wait, hold on. What on earth is going on? Oh.
John?
Okay.
What the hell is wrong with my connection?
Three. The answer is 3. Mudman is claiming this box is epic, freaking epic already, and now filled with cross comic swag. How can it get better?
My mom suggesting that I might put in a hat.
Yeah.
Either that one or this one.
I'm sorry, which one or which one?
That one.
The sun visor.
Or that one.
Oh, the Canada cap. Oops.
I would say probably limit hats to Canadian Shield hats.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking, like I said, it was my mom's idea. Mom!
And there may or may not be a buckler hat included in this box when it gets back to me.
No,
It just left his own stream.
No, I'm still here. I'm not putting hats in, Dave. Here. And put him in the coloring book.
I guess this becomes your second channel, then, John?
Okay, Mutt's right. He says that Rick's mom is getting rid of old stuff from around the house.
You should throw it in like an ashtray.
Like, can you throw in the hallway trash in there too?
No, Dave's trying to give me a hat from Nova Scotia to put in there. I can show it off.
You're not even from Nova Scotia.
Well, Nova Scotia is part of Canada.
He's from Ontario, Canada. What are you putting a hat from Nova Scotia in there for?
Dave is actually from Nova Scotia, but I'm from Ontario. That's why I'm saying, no, it's going to be like about cross comics.
Oh, no, none of this is right. None of this.
It's no offense against Dave, it's just, it's what the box is supposed to be about. Yeah, and there's the coloring book that'll be going in, and I'll sign that.
Wait, there's another
Maybe we'll
coloring
throw
book?
in some electronic devices that they
Cross
can use
comics
for it.
coloring book?
Yeah. Actually, this should be good too. I'm going to put this in, I'm going to sign it, and then if John can sign this.
I certainly could.
So it'll be the only one of John's cover signed by both of us. Although technically he's got a signature there.
No, technically that is not signed. That's part of the printing.
Purple hats, something else we can blame Canada for.
Who forgot to turn off their mic? Me? No? I knew I was on air when I said all that. A picture of Rick and his mom.
You said what terrible hats? I love it. So let's take a look at that Cross Comics coloring book. You kind of breezed past that really fast.
Yeah. Oh, that's a cool.
Well, whatever it is you got to do, you better hurry it up because I only got one cigarette left and I'm about to light it up.
Oh, no, I'm not going anywhere. So, yeah. So, yeah, there's...
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that after all this time, Rick, after all the time you've been on YouTube and all that stuff, you don't have any Cross Comics stickers yet?
No.
I didn't mean to put every page. I just meant flip through it real fast. You know?
What? Wait. You don't have any. You should have some Cross Comics stickers.
Well, I do. I think I do and I don't. You can go through, what's the name of it? Teespring, get stickers that way, but I haven't went and picked it up a bunch myself.
God.
I've thought about it. I can't say I haven't.
Should have. You can get it done through Sticker Mule or something.
Well, yeah, if you're like the Queen of England, that's where the Queen of England goes to get her sticker.
Is that a fact?
That's right.
The more you know.
So, yeah, there's that, and of course, like I said, the Canadian show. I'm going to probably put both covers in there. Actually, you know what? John can sign both covers. That'd be awesome. Put one of each in there. That I know. We're asking a lot of John. I'm just...
Rick Piper just threw out my signature like willy-nilly. You know, when I tried to get his signature on a card from Rick Piper, it was going to cost me $7.
Wasn't $7, I don't think. I forget. But, hey, this isn't for...
Yes, it was in fact $7.
Who do you think you are, Jose Canseco?
No, you know what he told me? Let me tell you what Rick told me.
If I was
exactly what Rick told me.
If I was Jose Canseco, it'd be more like $50.
This is what Rick told me, like verbatim. He was like, well, when Jim Lee signs something, it gets more expensive.
More valuable, I said.
Rick compared himself and the value of his signature to comic legend Jim Lee.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. So after that Superman book drops and the virtue signal that Jim Lee did, I don't think his stuff's going to be worth that much.
It'll still be worth it.
Well, I ain't trying to get your signature for me. I'm trying to get your signature on this stuff for whoever gets this sweat box.
It's for charity.
What charity is that, John?
It's for anybody who watches and subscribes to all of our channels. I'm not going to charge for this box. They're getting this box for free. That's charity.
Oh, okay.
Are you covering shipping?
Of course I'm covering shipping. Cash on delivery.
That's the Piper method.
This is the order of Piper.
I wasn't really trying to compare myself to Jim Lee. I was using him as an example, though. Because I know
Rick, it's been almost an hour. I gotta get going. Is there anything else you'd like me to address?
I don't think so. But thanks for coming on, of course. I just thought, like I said, I thought you'd want to be here for the unboxing.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I didn't know that you were going to just include it in your regular scheduled program. I thought you were going to do a solo video.
Yeah, well, it was just because of the timing of it. I wanted to. It's something I wanted to do right away. As soon as I got it, I didn't want to wait till tomorrow in the middle of the day.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me on and giving me the opportunity to kind of walk the new people to your channel through the boomerang box. forget to subscribe to Rick's channel. You cannot win the box unless you also subscribe to Rick's channel. And let me go and find the video real quick. I don't think anybody has yet, of the original Boomerang box rules. And I'm going to post that in the chat here.
And yeah, and if
because
let me know a link or
Ooh,
something that I can put in the description of this for all the other channels that I'm on,
Hmm.
and the next channel to go to watch out for it.
no, I'm not going to give you the until you tell me you're ready to ship it and you get marsupial sticker.
Okay, well, I can put that stuff in, like in the description later on for this.
Are you trying to play a prank on somebody? Is that why you want to know who it's going to next?
No, shouldn't we not be able to tell whomever's in the chat who to watch out for? Whose channel to
Gotta
look
be a
out for?
surprise.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
How you doing, Wise?
How do I share a video?
I'm all right. It's just, I think I mentioned earlier.
Let me just grab the link.
As I'm working on the cards, I'm not sure what's going on, but I don't remember this happening when I first started this process. Like I'll put, I'll lay down the inks, then I go to erase the pencils to leave
Rick
just the
shared,
inks.
but it says Rick would walk up on stage and your cousins down.
And then after I erase, for some reason, it seems like my erasers are smudging the pencils more. And I don't know what the heck's going on. And then it seems like it's also fading the inks at the same time. So I have to re-ink my lines. I wonder if there's actually a correct side of the card and a wrong side of the card. Because these are pre-cut, pre-measured, pre-cut cards, you know, sketch cards. Weird.
Hmm.
Well, I'll still get them done, even if it takes a little longer.
Emily's here. I don't think so.
All right, so the Rebellious Pastry put the link, and I put the link. That is the link to the original rules for the Boomerang box. It's a short little 2-minute video. You don't have to watch it, but you do have to comment in the comment section if you want to be entered to win this box.
Yeah, you gotta comment in the comment section of this video, right? As well?
No, they just have to subscribe to your channel.
The first and the last video, right?
No, just the first video. The last video, I mean, if they're not watching the last video, they're not going to know they won, then I'll have to pick somebody else.
What if we get dropped from other people's channels because for lack of them putting videos?
Did Rick put in the most stuff of any creator? Probably tied with either Malin or what's his name? Adam Post, because Adam posted it. And maybe Diller. Diller put quite a bunch of stuff in it. Probably put a couple more things in.
Yeah, Mud had this box 4 months ago.
Well, I'm sorry. I have no control over how long people don't do anything with the box. I harass them. I go into their DMs, but I don't have their actual, I can't afford to go fly to their physical address and beat them up.
Yeah. Well, like I said,
Can you imagine just hit down the door and say, "Send the box"?
Like Malin had the box for about a month.
I should be sending this out, I'd say somewhere between the 27th and 29th this month.
Marsupial had the box for about a month and a half. Jiminy Cricket had the box for almost 2 months before he even knew he had it.
Yeah, I guess it was just a box that he didn't open. Didn't know what was in it.
Jeff Potts says, I still say some pate would make a killer's piece of swag.
I'd say.
But no, there's a goodly amount of things from a lot of people, and it's still going to more people. So thank you guys so much for participating in the boomerang box. Rick, let me know if you have any trouble getting that out of Canada.
Yeah, I shouldn't.
And
I figure it's gonna cost a lot. It costs enough to get here.
Did it have to quarantine for 2 weeks before they sent it to Rick's house?
No, actually, it got here pretty quick. Less than 2 weeks, I think.
See, that's what I meant. That's what I meant when I said, Rick, let me know if there's any trouble getting it back across the border. I wasn't trying to say, Rick, you broke ass. If you need money, let me know.
No, that's not what I.
But since you want to put it out there on Front Street, Rick, you broke ass. If you need money, let me know. Send me a receipt copy.
Oh no, like I said, I'm gonna have the money at the beginning of the month.
No, you're not, because you're gonna pay me to do more pages. All right, but I do have to get out of here.
Okay.
I'll see you guys later.
Later, Dillard. Thanks for chilling.
Okay, so there.
Pastry, I just finished the
I guess it shows you how out of the loop I am. I have no idea what they're talking about.
Stop sharing my screen.
They're still just discussing what Rick's gonna add from his channel.
No, I mean the whole thing they're talking about. I have no idea what it is. That's how out of it I am.
Oh, the boomerang box. So it started with Dillard in his channel. The idea is to remember how we did that panel crawl.
Somebody coming in, or
For my birthday last year, yeah.
Yeah, it's similar to that, except a box goes from one creator to the next until it eventually returns back to Dillard. And everyone contributes something that represents their channel. Meanwhile, we're trying to encourage everyone to subscribe to all these creators' channels. And then when it gets back to Dillard, he's going to do like a live stream with a big old contest. And one lucky winner, or unless he breaks it up into smaller prizes, is going to win the contents or the majority of the contents of the boomerang box. And each creator it goes to, they basically do a video or a stream where they open up the box and show everyone what's in it right now, and then also show what they're going to contribute to the box. The idea, it's supposed to represent your channel and includes swag, basically. So it could be a few business cards. It could be stickers, magnets, I suppose, posters. And for anyone who wants to have a chance to win that, they have to actually leave a comment in the very first, the original boomerang box video, the one that includes instructions on how the whole thing works.
Oh boy. This is definitely slow progress.
Yeah, it kind of makes me think of my ink in here. It's kind of slow.
That is not you, honestly. It's just that very long. I'm dealing with stuff lately.
No, understood. Yeah, I don't like dealing with hospitals and stuff. It's draining.
Yeah. Well, trust me, I know how that is. I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be all like brain dead on you.
No, you're good. You're good. I know it also takes focus to work on those kinds of projects.
What time is it?
1 a.m. Pacific, 2 Mountain, 3 Central, 4 Eastern. I'll probably go on for about 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. I basically just want to finish the inking on these pieces. And that'll be 18 cards.
Yeah, I don't know how far I'll make it on this tonight, but I highly doubt I'm getting any rest.
So since you're like, it sounds like you've got an appointment today. Are you like supposed to be, on no food, no, only water or something?
No,
Coffee for 12 hours or whatever.
it's not that kind of test. Although it is one that's freaking me out a little.
I have a family member who used to have to do those tests. That and
No, the seizure tests were worse. You can't sleep before. You have to go through all these different restrictions on every little thing in your life for like 2 days before, and then you can't sleep the night before, and then they want you to sleep in this chair propped at a very specific angle so they can get the best brain scans, and you have to sleep in this hard chair at this weird angle, and you have to do it with all these probes glued to your head everywhere.
really, it's very irritating as all get out.
Yeah, I was very little going through those. Imagine trying to make a hyperactive kid do all that.
Yeah.
Well, I've got most of that big section filled in.
Nice.
Ah, freak.
Are your pets in the same room right now as you?
What'd you say?
You've got cats, right?
Yeah, they're not in the room right now. They do come out here while I'm working sometimes, but right now they're off cuddling my hubby.
Yeah. Is he still out?
No. He's got early morning meetings, and then he has to take me to deal with all that stuff. So yeah.
Is he able to work from home and do like Zoom meetings?
Yeah, that's how he's been working for the last year and a half, is by home.
I gotta say, I prefer working from home nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
So you generally don't have issues with your cats messing with your art supplies?
Not usually. They more mess with my legs than my art supplies.
Yeah.
And it's more the notice me bitch stuff. The problem is it's really hard to banish them from this, since this is in the living room and it's a big open room.
Mm-hmm.
And I really don't feel it would be right to shut them up in bedrooms just because I want to do artwork.
All right. Holy crap. I think I'm done with this comic suit ones. Holy crap. Oh boy. Oh, excuse me.
Don't do that. I'm trying not to.
Well, maybe it'll help you rest, you know? Make you maybe give your mind at least a little reprieve. I don't know. I don't rightly know, Cotton.
All I know is I'm out of my mind.
Out of my mind. Sounds like the name of a song. You want to see the Comicsgate ones I did? These are the inks are done. I had to redo some of them. Well, for anyone who's interested, I will go through and show the finished Comicsgate ones. Oh my golly. Oh boy. So, man, I thought I had a beverage. I should drink some water probably. Get my glasses back on. Alright. So, I got Tug, that umbrella guy.
Cool.
I got Blue Phoenix from Joe Archie. Robot from Mavericks. The lead female character from The Lucent with ginger roots floating in the background, surrounding her. The one female lead from Grave Robbers. Her name, I've got her name over here. Amanda Lynn from Grave Robbers. And then we've got the Red Key from Mike Murphy and Stefani Renee. Rebel from Sea Dog and Codename Killswitch. Female lead from Vinnie Tartamella's Shadow of the Kraken. I tried to get super detailed on the parrot so it looked like a bird. The head is still hidden because of the angle. Oh well. I think it turned out decent. Goblin Girl, friend. So, one. Shamigo, Shamago, something, something incorporated. We're gonna do it. Give us any chance, we'll take it. Read us any rules, we'll break it. We're gonna make our dreams come true. Doing it our way. Alright, so there's 9 Comicsgate characters. 9 wonderful cards.
No, don't try to be the cat, please.
Yeah, Halloween's over, man. Halloween's over. What are we gonna do, man? Yeah, so, oh, jeez.
No, man.
The most challenging set is coming up because there's going to be a portrait of the artist or the author. Oh, you know what? Did I add? I think I added her to the list. Yeah, there it is. Ali Sanguis and Egg Beater. I don't know. Maybe I should do Miriam and Bonds. I think I got Irene and Fiendish. Well, I guess I don't. Curiouser and curiouser. All right. I am afraid I need to get some sleep.
Oh, I'm sure you do. You don't have
If-
to stay up with me, you know.
I wish I could, and if I didn't have work, I would. But I'm afraid I got to go.
I've got my beads. I'll be fine.
All righty. Well, thank you so much for joining, and thanks to all the
Besides,
other.
look at this so far.
Yeah, let me switch to yours. Oops.
That big section over here that I was starting on is mostly finished.
Oh, wow. So was that a lot of the white beads?
Yeah. With little bits of pale yellow and some soft pinks blended in for the shadowing.
Ooh, cool. Cool. Your Redbubble site, is it an ongoing thing where you're
Yeah,
always...
it's a permanent merch store, and that's why I have it as the pinned tweet right now.
Nice. Awesome. All right, cool. Excuse me. I gotta check it out. Since you got the floor, you want to share with the world how you can be found on social media?
Look for Eagle Rider on YouTube here. You find me pretty easily. Otherwise, sorry, fuck. This is how fucking out of it I am, okay? Otherwise, look for Rose M Queen 1 over on Twitter. And yeah, I mostly just do art stuff or school idiots on the fact that they're idiots. And that's kind of what I do.
Right on, like Donkey Kong. Yeah, as usual, check out the description of every stream. It's got all my social media. Want to thank everyone who joined us on the panel. Was it Rick Piper and Rosetta Helen? And that was sweet. Had a good time. Made some more progress. I've got 9 more trading cards to do, and then if I have time, also, I started a Redbubble thing too, but I'm still trying to figure it out. But right now it's kind of boring because all it's got is my newest logo.
Yeah, I've got a lot up in mine actually.
Sweet. Do they cap you on the number of products you can showcase?
Not that I know of, and I haven't had any issues so far adding a lot.
Cool. If that's the case, I'm loving it.
Let me put it this way. I've got a lot of sets up already, and I've had no issues with anything being said about running out of space.
Now, I don't suppose they allow you to, as the host and creator, I don't suppose they allow you to like order one of everything so you get a sample of it, or would they still charge you the price that's posted that you have set?
I don't know. I'm not good at figuring out that kind of stuff.
Okay, it's just a curiosity.
I do know the few people that have ordered so far have gone back with me that they've gotten really good quality so far.
Oh, good. Nice to hear. One of the big things I'm most concerned about, I think that this is going to be able to do the job, but whoa, shoot. I want a service that allows you to do t-shirts at least up to 4 and 5X. I mean, that's not my size, but I know there's a market out there for larger sizes.
Well, even when I was skinny, I still wore about a 3-4X in shirts because of the chest. So
Yeah.
yeah, I got to the point where I was wearing like a size 5 pants, but a 3 to 4X shirt. I was a little top heavy at that point.
Well, and also with women's clothing, it's kind of insane because there's all these. It's like depending on the country of origin, it's like you could have.
Oh yeah, a Chinese 5X is like trying to get like a 1 to 2X here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that kind of stuff. And even brands. A size in one brand may not equate to the size in another brand. I don't know how
some of it's also cut layout can change a lot how things fit. And with men, your clothes are usually just pretty standard cuts that most of your clothes apply to. With women, there's not. Our clothes are very varied, and so the way they will or won't fit us also varies, just excessively heavy.
Right. Yeah, that's true too.
I can tell you, depending on the cut and where it falls on the hips or the chest, can vary for like 3-4 sizes depending on it, you know?
Yep. That's a fact. Yes, like I tend to be tall with broad shoulders, and sometimes that causes a shirt that would normally fit or should normally fit to not fit. And I've got long arms, so I have to specifically keep an eye out for, longer arm shirts and, suits. Although I gotta say, I'm glad I'm not.
You said that, and the first thing I thought of was how much could I offend people if I went for the Asian jokes and commented on you saying tall and broad shouldered.
Yeah, I'm among those anomalies. Oops, shoot, I forgot to turn it off first. Oh well, it's off now. Yeah, so it's kind of funny, but I enjoy being tall. I can see over crowds often.
Yeah, I'm not exactly a short woman. I'm actually technically slightly taller than hubby.
Oh, that's cool. I would think. I love tall women.
As he says, it just puts him closer to the boobs.
Yeah. And that's what counts.
Well, yeah.
Okie doke. I shall have to say goodbye for now.
Good nighty night, people.
Night, everyone. Thanks for joining us for 6 hours, 8 minutes, and 20 seconds. And we shall see you on the next stream. Goodbye. Bye.
Final guest that is the only person below White Holiday in the Comicsgate phone book. It's my favorite failed clone of Peter Sammetti. The YouTube translation. How you doing, Conrad? Welcome to the show.